All right. Looks like both the streams are up. Let's get our maintenance out of the way. Doom doom. Doom doom. Doom doom. Doom doom. I. Doom doom. Doom doom. Doom doom. Right. Today is the friggin' 11th. Holy crap. That means the new map comes out tomorrow. Which is pretty exciting. Uh, if nothing else goes wrong, we do know how things go. With ARK. It's not very often that we actually get things when they're scheduled to release, but you never know. Maybe it'll be different this time. Let's go into our settings here. We want to make sure we get our epic view distance. Let's save that. Then we want to get our console commands going here. So let's make sure these rock and roll. Good deal. We're good. All right. Everything's done here. Yo, Wagwan? This Wagwan. It's so crazy. What's going on, my guy? You good? I'm great. How are you? I'm doing fan-fudgin-tastic. See here. Do we have an adult Argentavis anywhere in the whole wide world? I don't think we do. Pretty sure we don't. They just no RGs here. Probably gonna have to fix that. I got a black pearl gacha last night. Fantastic. We're getting up. Gonna Shasta run that easy. Hard underwater this. Ooh, Shastas. Shastas. Yo. Actually sounds like fun. Dude, I need to get a Shastasaurus. Shastas are so dope. I want them to be useful for something other than raiding, though. Baby mana. This is the mana that I want. What's up, Detestion? What's up? How are you today? Oh right, I put away my two. That's right. Once an Azul Berry. We can get an Azul Berry. Yo, this Managarmer has been like the easiest to um comfort ever. It it wanted to walk, it wanted to cuddle, and now it wants an Azul Berry. You want to go get a Snow Owl for your gacha? Yeah, I probably do need to get a Snow Owl for my gacha. No, we did not lose the Wyvern. We did not. I did try and get it killed doing a 50k um a 50k Ellie node last night. There were way more wyverns than I expected. I was getting 3 or 4 wyverns per wave. They were kicking my ass. They were kicking my ass. Yeah, the problem was just I need to dodge some of their flame attacks, and I was just taking all of them straight to the face because I wasn't used to the turning radius of those wyverns because I normally use crystal wyverns, and so I just wasn't quite getting it, you know. That's okay. Um, I did another 25k Ellie vein yesterday, and even though we were only on 2.5 times rates, I actually still got 350 Ellie. So I'm up to about 800 Ellie right now, which should be more than enough to get everything that I'm trying to get done for moving to a more permanent base. And then tomorrow we get Love Evolved starts. So I will have 5 really good days of gathering materials and stuff like that. So what I'm doing right now is actually I need to go get myself an RG. And even if I don't really do a lot of RG farming today, I need to have a good RG. Hey, what's up, Stella Robert? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. I'm fantastic. How are you? But even if I don't do a lot today, I'd like for it to gain some levels tonight. And then, we'll have a good RG tomorrow. Good. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Let's go ahead and turn this to Argent Davis. It's going great. It's going great. I woke up, I don't know, 4 or 5 hours ago. We're getting our day started here on stream. We're going to try and have a good 8-hour stream. And then I'll stay up a little more tonight. And then we'll go to bed and get ready for tomorrow. What about you? How's your day going? I am a survivor, Detestion. I'm a survivor. I'm not going to give up. I'm going to work harder. I have played some other games on stream in the past, Stella, for the most part. I just play this game right now. I try and stick to one game at a time. Also, I'm about 90% sure that Stella here is a bot. You a bot, Stella? Well, thanks, Stella. I appreciate that. You're not a bot. Holy crap. I could have sworn you were a bot. You say all the same things that all the bots that are trying to sell um, digital art services say. you trying. The amount of random trolls this man has in the last few days is crazy. It has been pretty crazy. It's actually only been like the one person just over and over again. It's a purple. Stupid freaking RGs. RG. Why can't the game just give me some high level RGs? Ah, there it is. It's time to die. Die. We got him. I'm starting to get good at this. Sky breath. Starting to get good. Sky breath. Which is important, because how the hell else are you supposed to kill tech suitors? Ooh. Oh, it's too bad that RG is such a garbage level. It's a pretty RG. Okay, I say I'm starting to get good at the sky breath, and then I just totally whiff. That tracks. About par for the course. Please. Please give me a high level RG. I needs it. I needs it. I wouldn't have killed y'all if you'd have just left me alone. But no. You had to be like, we're corrupted creatures. We attack things for no reason. Um, Okay, they're just too high. I'm just gonna let them kill each other. Not even gonna worry about it anymore. Really, there's bound to be some more RGs over here. There are. Hey, and it's a 130. You know what? I came out here looking for RGs. I don't even have my freaking tranks on me. I can't tame diddly squat right now. I am so good at this game. Let me tell y'all. Nobody is as prepared as me to go out into the wilderness and fight dinosaurs. Nobody. I am definitely not taking off half cocked. No food, no water, just into what they call the freaking wastelands. Like a boss. Just getting it, dude. Just getting it. That's good though. I actually want, since I don't know, you're thirsty, look famished, and lost with no compass. That's exactly what I am. Didn't you know that's the pro strat right there? If you don't have any food and you don't have any water and you don't know where you're going, that means you're super good at the game. Uh, pause it, pause it, pause it, pause it. Boop, boop, boop. Let's go ahead and get this other Managarmer out. We need to go ahead and get ourselves a baby here. Can't believe we have no RGs. Not a single freaking one. Nowhere. We ain't even got no RG eggs. What's going on in my life? So sad. Alright, let's get our gun. Is it wrong I want to make a PvP character act like I'm new and get kidnapped like the olden ARK days? I mean, if that sounds like fun to you, make it happen, brother. I'm not gonna kink shame you. Do whatever makes you happy. think I was talking to myself again. I don't know why I have violent arc tendencies after getting trapped last night. I think that seems totally reasonable, honestly. If I had gotten trapped last night, I'd have violent arc tendencies too. Y'all, ooh, you can breed from over here. That's nice. That's nice. Once we get our baby, we'll go ahead and re-cryo this Managarmer. We'll go see us about an RG. Or two, or three. Yeah. Do we even have any bullets left in these? We do 4 bullets. Pretty sure this one's totally empty. 1 bullet. Yeah. Come on, buddy. Give me my 45 health and my 39 stam on one creature. That would be so ideal. Pretty please. I need it. I need it. What do we got? We got, oh, it's 46 health. 39 melee, only 33 stam. Still. That is going to be a good Managarmer. Nice. Freaking nice. Was it a male or a female? I have to check. Gonna have to go take a peek see. Too bad it's a male. Well, that'll mean at least I have like a nice FFA Managarmer. So I can stop running around on this one that's got my good health. Actually, this male is going to be pretty much identical. This male that I've already got, because it's getting the melee and the health and the stam from this one. It's like all the stats that I want. We're about to die. Since we're going to be out in the wastes, I should probably go ahead and pick up my... Whoops. Should probably go ahead and pick up my ghillie. Okay. Can I please... escape? Let's go grab my ghillie. So that I stop the thing. If I can find it. Or maybe I lost it. I honestly have no idea. It doesn't even look like I have my ghillie anymore. Let's take a stack of that. Stack of that. here, maybe? Nope. Look like it. Looks like they're doing good, though. Building up some stuff that they need. Good job, good job. So we'll take all this stuff with us. We will... Hey, what's up, Knight? Job market is cooked. What are you talking about? You mean like IRL? Hmm. You know, I honestly wouldn't know. Wouldn't know. Last time I tried to get a job was about a year ago. Put in a whole shiznit ton of applications. Got nothing but scam mails back. Do yourself a favor. Don't get on Indeed. Because all you're going to get if you go on Indeed and start trying to apply for positions is scams. It was a nightmare. Oh my goodness. Never felt so dirty in my whole life. You looking for a new job or dealio there, Knight? Like, I wouldn't mind if I got an email back or anything saying they viewed my application and declined. Yeah. Yep. But, like, the ghosting they do is extreme. Yeah, I got almost no replies back, unless it was somebody trying to scam money out of me. Like, we have a great opportunity. Just pay us $300 for training. No. I think a lot of the ghosting stuff, um, that sucks. Sorry. A lot of the ghosting stuff comes from the fact that if they don't talk to you, then you can't catch them lying. And with social media and stuff the way it is nowadays, right, we're just always getting on there. And like the minute a company starts pulling some shiznit, you know, people get on social media and start dropping names and start, you know, naming and shaming. And so I think a lot of companies have decided that it's just better um, to speak to as few of the candidates as they possibly can. And so if you don't get through their like little automated AI algorithm, you know, phase one or whatever, then they just don't even talk to you because they don't want the potentially bad press. Which I find hilarious. I'm sorry you're having such a hard time. Are you, like, what kind of jobs and stuff are you applying for? Just anything and everything you can? One of the companies called me, scheduled an interview, said they'd email me details and all, and never did. Oh, geez. Well, that's kind of the point, though, is HR's whole job is to protect like the company image and stuff. Um, I worked as sort of part of the HR department at a company that I worked for before I joined the Navy, and a lot of what they do is about damage control and stuff like that. And um, mostly that's employee facing damage control. So, when you're doing hirings and things like that, you're looking to mitigate. When you're firing people, you're looking to mitigate. When you're doing all of that stuff, HR is really big about company image and stuff from the personnel perspective. And so I think that's just where a lot of that comes from, is people trying to have as good an image as they possibly can. Yes, I am totally muted. Holy crap. So what I was saying was you you're kind of in the really bad part of the year for a lot of those jobs that you're applying to. A lot of construction work and a lot of things like that. Um, just kind of get put on hiatus at the tail end of the fall or autumn and moving into the winter. And so as we come through the tail end of the winter and start warming up a little bit in the spring, you're probably about to see a lot of people trying to hire for their sort of on season for a lot of that stuff. So hopefully things will pick up and things will get easier for you trying to find a position in some of those fields. Um, but as long as you can just stick it out, probably for another month or two, you'll probably be all right for getting that job that you're looking for. But it is probably going to be another month or so before that happens. Oh my goodness, my game is freaking out now all of a sudden. I can't see squat. It's so blurry. So is that a 130 Dreadnoughtus? That is a 130 Dreadnoughtus. Yeah, that's what I was saying to myself too. Working at the naval shipyard, most companies run out of running around November and December. From my experience, leaning stock trading Q1 annual reports aren't out yet, so they don't know if they're profitable over. Yeah, yeah. I think you're in the right headspace there. Just try and tough it out for a couple more months, and then you should be good to go sometime in the end of March, early April. And that's, I mean, if you're going to work in those types of positions, unless you find yourself a really good position or find yourself as sort of the most important person doing the work that you're doing, then you're probably going to have this really seasonal ebb and flow to the type of work that you're looking towards doing. So, just be cognizant of that. Try and put a little money away. Have a couple of months worth of rent and bills and stuff if you can. I mean, the jobs that you're looking to work tend to pay pretty well, I think. I mean, welding and machining and stuff like that are pretty good paying jobs for blue collar work. You should be able to make, you know, 25 to $40 an hour, depending on your skill level and time. Maybe even more than that in the next, 15 years or so after you've gotten a lot of experience. So, for those first few years, try and get an understanding of when the work comes and when the work is sparse and prepare yourself for that. And you'll probably do just fine. I saw that 130 Dreadnoughtus. I want to tame that, but I want to try and do it on a 50k node if things are still broken here. So let's see if we can't find ourselves a 50k element node. I'll drag this thing all the way across the map if I have to. I won't even care. Go get that lightning wyvern too. I won't do it on this Manic armor. I'll go grab that lightning and do it on there. Okay, well, it doesn't look like there's one over here. Let's go kill this 10k node then. We'll just keep our eyes open. See if we can't find a 50k node to do that on. And we'll go ahead to, I think, and we'll kill this 10k node and then we'll go back to base and we'll get the wyvern out. And we'll just tame RGs on the wyvern. Some purple OSDs, shiznit twisty. Get after it. Get after it. Red ones give better loot. I thought the purple ones were the best loot. What you talking about? Oh my goodness, I'm not even halfway. That's alright. I've triggered it, so it'll get killed. Let's go back and get my wyvern. Was that you yesterday night that I saw running that purple OSD? Red loot table is smaller with just as good loot, so less likely to get trash. Interesting. Interesting. But you can get like way, way better and way, way more quantity from the purples, right? Like, even if it says Ascendant is possible, the quality of the loot goes up the further and further you go into the purple, and it has no cap anymore. The quality and the quantity. So it's probably true that if you just want to run a couple quick, the red is probably better. But I'd be willing to bet that probably the best bet is to try and do a purple to like, you know, level 50 or something. I understand that's not really viable for most people, but for the larger tribes and stuff. Yeah, I'm not sitting there for 100 waves though. I mean, for sure, for sure. But it could be fun. I'd do it. Just for the thrills. Honestly, um, they need to do something to get people to want to do purple OSDs to an extremely high tier, because that is some really, really good content for getting people out in the world and fighting each other in open PvP. I mean, that could potentially be the best content in the game. So, I don't know if they need to reward dinos. Um, I don't know if they need to reward. I don't know. I don't know what they need to reward. But if they could find a way to make OSDs have something that you could only get from the purple OSDs that was either really valuable or really fun and entertaining or something like that, um, just, gosh, I don't know. But if they could come up with some way to get people to want to do those, and specifically to want to do them to an extremely high tier, right? It's not enough people to want to do them for like 5 waves. You need people to want to do them for like 20 waves and to sit there, fighting over them for 20 waves. Because that is honestly much better PvP, in my opinion, than base raiding. Is, maybe doing OSDs and countering OSDs and stuff like that. That's much more organic, um, much more difficult from both an attacker and defender perspective, because you have to bring enough stuff. You have to be able to make supply runs back to your base in case maybe you don't bring enough resources or something like that to um, to do your defense. Maybe somebody starts getting the upper hand. Multiple fobs attacking from multiple directions because you're out here in this big flat open world. Um, it just is so much more interesting and has so much better potential from a PvP perspective than cave base raids and garbage like that. That if they could find a way to make element veins and OSDs much more contested, maybe they change the way rewards work. So, well, I was gonna say so that countering an OSD maybe provided something that you can't get any other way, but then people would just fly around looking for OSDs to counter and not actually do them. So it needs to be something that happens maybe a wave 20, something that you can get. And maybe it's a creature, right? Maybe it's a cryopod with a creature in it, like they do with the Santa events, where maybe it's just a random creature with a good stat. I think that'd be really worth it. I don't know. I really don't know. But finding a way to get people out in the open world is very, very important. You know what I didn't bring? I didn't bring freaking element with me. How am I going to lure that Dreadnoughtus when I find a 50k node if I ain't got no elements? It's also one of the reasons I like the open world bosses on Extinction. Is, again, there's opportunity for countering and fighting and stuff like that at the boss, which I guess doesn't really happen very often. I don't know, maybe the risk is too high or the reward isn't high enough. When you're raiding a base, you're risking your dinos and your kits and stuff. but also your potential reward is everything that that other tribe has. And so I guess risking your dinos and your kits and stuff like that over a boss fight seems kind of meh in that position. Actually, go ahead and keep that. We'll just go back and get some out of this. I don't know. Depends on, I don't know how far I'll have to take this thing, so. Depending on where the 50k node might pop up, there should be one that can potentially pop up actually pretty close to where this Dreadnoughtus is at. So hopefully we can get that one. Then we won't have to take it very far. And then we can get a really, really good Dreadnoughtus. I think the other one I have is a male. And this one's a female, so then I'd have a breeding pair again of some high tier. You know, one of them's got a decent melee. If I could get a decent HP, then I'd be pretty happy. Breed up some Dreadnoughtuses over the Love Evolved event. That'd be great. Dreads and manas. I think that's what we're going to try and focus on. I need some mana garmers. So I can lose them, you know? They're such a good dino to have to be running around with. Doing Karchas over Love Evolved. Yeah, get it. Get that Karcha line up. Get it all cray cray. I need to go find me a random male lightning wyvern. Breed with this female. Sting spade? I don't think it is. I think it would say in here, right? Then I can have an imprinted super wyvern. That's actually definitely something I need to go look into. How much element would it take to clone this thing? Me add a couple of females, get a any level male, and then just try and breed until I get all the female stats on a male. What? I mean, are we talking like thousands or are we talking like hundreds? Because I'd do it for hundreds. In a heartbeat. Let's actually gotta get these RGs. Oh, 50k node. But goodness, is that far away? I mean, this thing is like all the way over here. Still windy outside today. I feel like there might be a pretty straight path, though. Like, it might not be that hard to try and get this thing over here. Let's see. Oh, no, I think it's down in this crack over here. Yeah, so I'd have to get it, like, up and around. Pretty sure it's down over here. There we go. So what I want is the one that can spawn, like, over here to be a 50k. Or this one that can spawn up here. I don't think this one has a 50k version, though. I think this one can only be a 10k. So we'll go munch this real quick. We'll go trigger that other 50k. It's just way too far away. I think I have really underestimated the damage potential of wyverns in my time in ARK. I've always kind of thought that they were only really useful for killing players. But I just don't think that's true. Not anymore. It makes life so easy. Well, that's fun. It'll get taken care of by whatever comes. That's not true. Let's just take it out. I don't want a bunch of wyverns and shit spawning over here. There's like RGs and stuff that can spawn over here. So if I tame one over here, I don't want to have a stupid wyvern flying around being in my way. So we might as well. Dead. I am so powerful. Okay, where's this stupid Archie at? Well, that was bad. Fight. Archie ain't here, he dead. Level 60. On the other side of this rock here. Or is it up on top of the rock? Where are you, RG? Oh, there it is. Only a level 5. Useless. Useless. Let's see, we've got the sound of another... Oh, there it is. Started growing right behind me there. Come on now. You sure this is a 10K? It is. Just nuke this down real quick. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 21 bytes to take out a 10K node. It's not half bad, honestly. In fact, it's quite incredible. Incredible. Now, I know there was a 130 over here. I'd prefer to get a slightly higher level. But in order to do that, I'd have to go over to a center map. Or something like that. Instead of trying to do it here. I just am more comfortable here on Extinction because this is my map. This is where all my stuff is. I just generally feel safer here. Hey, there's that 130. Let's try and get rid of this corrupted wyvern. Or corrupted pteranodon without killing the RG. Might be a difficult proposition. Alright, right over here is actually a pretty good spot. Let's see what can happen here. Oh, stupid pteranodon. Probably. Oh yeah, I hit the shiznit out of that RG. That sucks. That's okay. It'll probably eat that pteranodon and heal up a little. Maybe not. I kind of want to try and get it to like knock out. Oh, it's dead. Okay. That did not go well. Oh well. What are you gonna do, right? I don't think this one's very high level. Oh, just a level 60. Too bad, it's kind of pretty. Too bad. So sad. There's another RG. Level 20. There's another RG. Only a level 50. Okay. that's too bad. That's a pretty one too. Why are all the pretty RGs never a high level? It's so sad. One's all different shades of brown. I'm surprised it's not a level 150. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I know you can breed the colors in. I just like a good colored wild tame. I guess I'm still thinking like a noob. I don't do a ton of breeding usually. But my thought process is, find the ones with cool colors to use the cool colors. Oh, it's a Dreadnoughtus. Level 15. I like that purple though. The purple's pretty nice. Flew over top of it. Flew underneath it. Where'd this friggin' RG go? Just got capped suit, capped rifle from a red drop. Oh, dang. Good for you. That's real nice. Yeah, I'd take it too. Who doesn't want three capped suits? Okay, well, I can't find that RG. I'm gonna look for some other ones. Level 25. Oop. Die into the zone here. Let me off this tree. 159.4 damage rifle. Ooh, wow. Isn't that really good? Because rifles don't cap out at the same, right? They don't cap out at 298 or whatever? Yeah, okay. Probably pretty expensive though then, if it's just flat capped. Something I want to... Oh, it died. That's too bad. It's only a level 54. Let me out of here. 716 armor on a suit. Dang, son. Assume that's a 50k vein. Yep. Let's go ahead and get it triggered. Yeah, that's some good stuff right there. You just running it with a Karchar? Karchar on a wyvern. You get the Karchar on aggressive and you're flying the wyvern, or what? Or are you doing it with a buddy? Those two things together, I'm sure, make quick work. Best viewers. Nobody cares about you. You suck at everything. Why can't I drink this water? It's lag, that's why. I am definitely about to crash. Or maybe this water's just broken? What about this glacier water over here? Is this water broken? Nope. Drink of the glacier water. I wish there was a base spot back here. That'd be sweet. Alright, I'm pretty sure I saw a couple of RGs back over this way, so let's go check them out. Munch. Wave 3. On another one already? That's pretty quick. I know you think you got a big pee-pee there, Pteranodon, but you in fact do not. I saw like a 130 stego in there. I thought it was the RG. I was all excited. Level 5. Level 60. Don't need either of you. Can't hit squat with his lightning. Oh, this game. It's so hard. There we go. We got him. We did it, chat. Oh, there it is. Birds flying high. You know how I feel. Birds in the sky. You know how I feel. Actually, take it back over this way. Towards where this Dreadnoughtus is. And see if maybe we've gotten a new Ellie vein, but it doesn't look like we have. which is too bad, so sad. All right, well, let's go all the way back over to this side over here. We're going to start our run again from the far side, taking out any lower tier LE veins that we might find along the way, so we can make some room for a high tier one. Because I'm going to tame that 130 Dreadnoughtus at a 50k LE vein. It's happening. There's nothing to do about it except get it done. I ate pretty late today, but I'm actually hungry already. Wish I had something snacky, like some caramel popcorn or something. I would love to have some caramel popcorn right now. That sounds delicious. Holy crap. Caramel popcorn or Skittles? I haven't had a bag of Skittles in a minute. Suppose I'll settle for some peanut butter and jelly tacos here in a little while, though. That'd be nice. Did I already look at this one? Level 90. Not worth it. Not worth the time it would take to kill it either. Something I want to try here, so I'm pretty sure we can do with the wyvern the exact same thing. Oh, maybe not. We fly the wyvern straight up here, and we pull out this, and then we level off, like aim straight forward, and hit our K mode. Can we fly? Ooh, we can. Okay, so this is kind of what we were doing with the Bassie yesterday. But this is what I was talking about being able to do with flyers, is you can just straight up fly them forward in K mode like this. So if for some reason you had the need to stoke some turrets or something, with a wyvern, you could do it like this. That pretty much goes for every flyer. Which is interesting. Um, the Snow Owl's probably the only one that would really get value out of it. And I don't think you can swoop in K mode, so I don't think you could use the swoop that way. Like you were asking yesterday, Twisty. But for sure, you can just fly the Snow Owl straight at it. So if you're trying to maybe raid smaller bases that are, maybe have a couple of autos or, a couple of heavies, maybe if you're in a more primitive state of the game, like a fresh wipe or something, using a Snow Owl to soak out, a single heavy turret with only a couple of bullets might be an option with a Snow Owl. At the very least, it would freak people out to see, you know, like a wyvern flying at him sideways like that. Might get somebody to do something stupid. Darn it. This is so hard. I seriously don't know how anybody has ever killed me with a lightning wyvern. Like chasing me around in the sky. It is so difficult. There's still another one over here? What the hell? Level 10? You useless shit. Wasn't really expecting an RG this deep into the snow. Or is it out through this other side over here? It must be. Go all the way over here for a level freaking 15? What is this crap? Ooh, and a level 5. Hell yeah. Sometimes the wings of this... There's a level 90 above you. 400 weight, you. There's a level 90 RG above you. Are you on the same map as me right now? Oh, okay. I was gonna come use your own wyvern to get you. You little shithead. Oh, what a dick. This RG does not want to get spyglassed. Because it knew that it's a low level. And that means it has to die. It knew what was coming. Aww. I was kind of hoping that my little treasure hunt RG there would be really good. It unfortunately was not. I imagine this is probably pretty far away over the top of this hill, yeah. Since it wasn't the one that got triggered a minute ago. Freaking extinction, man. I do not remember it being this hard to find high-level creatures on this map. What is this game thinking? Let's head back into the wasteland here and see if we can't find a 50k node that we can tame this freaking 130 Dreadnoughtus on. It's been quite a bit of time here, so I'm hoping that maybe a good node has popped up. Not a 150, a 50k node. My brain's not working right now. I don't even know what I'm saying. Get this bad boy tamed. Then we'll have 2 dreadnoughtuses. Hopefully this 130 has some good health. I really like how easy it is to see like the drops and the ele veins and stuff. I feel like it's much easier than it was on ASE because the render for the central spire and the plumes of smoke is so far. Makes life much better, I think. Hmm. I'm a little shocked not to see any over here. Like, not even some little ones. Nothing. What is my dragon losing HP to? I get shot by some turrets or something and not notice? I mean, it totally sounds like something I would do, but I can't believe in all this time that I've been out here, I've only found a single level 130 RG. I'm pretty sure that's the only one over level 100 that I've even seen. Which is ridiculous. No way there's only one decent level RG on this map. Okay, I'm officially so confused. Where's this freaking RG at? Oh my goodness. Worst red ever, what'd you get? I'm getting real tired of going through all this effort to find level 10 RGs. Let me tell you. Level 25 is not better, game. Not better. Hmm. There's two of them back here. Not that it's gonna matter, because they're both trash. A level 55 and a level 10. Thank you, video game. Oh my goodness. This is goddamn ridiculous. I've been at this for like an hour and a half now. Which is honestly insane. There is no reason for it to take an hour and a half to find a high level RG. Like if I was looking for a mana garmer or even a high level snow owl, even though there are lots of snow owls on this map, like I could understand some of the newer, better creatures being a little more difficult to find high levels of. But it's an RG. Everybody needs RGs. Can we please adjust the spawn rates accordingly? Found a level 1 female owl. It probably wasn't actually a level 1. Um, it was probably that glitch that makes some creatures appear level 1. Because you can't actually have a level 1. The lowest possible level you can actually get is level 5. Not in the official servers, though. They don't spawn level 1. They spawn a minimum of level 5. There's no such thing as a level 1 creature on the official cluster. You could breed a level 1, but you can't find a wild level 1. If you look right now, here I'll show you. There's a glitch that happens sometimes for your client where creatures will appear level 1. So like right now, this says that my wyvern is level 1. And it's a completely client-side glitch. So it still has the same stamina, but if you look at the stats even, like it says I only have 315 stam. For some reason it's reading the health properly, but its weight is wrong, its melee damage is wrong. Everything about it except for the weight is wrong. And all you have to do is just log out of your game. You don't even have to log out of the game, you just have to log out of the server and then log back into your character and it'll fix. I mean, taming efficiency couldn't make a level 1, level 6. It would make a level 1, level 2 at most. Yeah, so it only got bonus 1 level from taming. So it was probably a level 5. And then it just got 1 bonus level. I wish that you could find wild level 1s. I thought the same thing super early on. I found a level 1 of something and tamed it, and I didn't realize that the glitch existed yet. So this was like 2 months ago. I was like, oh my god, I found a level 1 creature. Oh my god, this is the best. And turns out I'm just know that there was a glitch. There's an RG underneath here. Maybe not. Must be super high up above then. Okay. This is getting old with the quickness. Stuff is this? Human 1. My battery. Have you done much mutation breeding before? I haven't, really, Twisty. I haven't. I just don't usually live that long or have a base that's secure enough or large enough that I feel comfortable doing it. It's a huge time investment, so if I don't have a really secure base, then it just feels like kind of a pointless thing to participate in. I do have a pretty decent understanding of how it's done, though. I also think that trying to breed two stats instead of one at a time should actually be the new meta because of genes. So you can only have three um, three traits to help mutate a specific stat. And because of that, so each one of the mutation stats at level 3 gives a 2% increased chance of a mutation. And so you can have 6% increased chance of mutation. And then it also increases the chance that you get the mutation that you want. So, what I think is actually probably better, because you would end up with a 10% increased chance of mutation, is to try and do two stats and do one of them with 3 level 3s and one of them with 2 level 3s, so that you get that full 10% increased chance of mutation. And then you have two stats that it could potentially go on. I guess, technically, if you do each stat separately, then you have +6 and +6, and so you end up with plus 12% chance. But I don't know. I think 1 out of every 10 potentially having your mutation is pretty solid. I also think that it would mean you would need to have smaller breeding operations going. So right now, people are breeding like 50 to 100 females at a time with their mutated males. I mean, it's just a huge operation. But if 1 out of every, say, 10 of your eggs had a mutation, then really there would be no point in breeding more than 10 females at a time. Because then you might end up with 2 mutations, and that's not really going to do you any good. And with an increased chance to get 2 of your mutations, the likelihood that you're going to end up with one of the 2 stats you're trying to grow is probably pretty high. Yeah, 200 breeders of each in most lines, exactly. And that's because you get such a low chance. But, and I'd also have to check because I don't know exactly. So, the way it's worded, it sounds like it's possible that you could even double that because you can put the mutation bonuses on both the mother and the father. So it would be a little more difficult to set up, but and especially because you'd have to do it for all the females. So you'd have to breed 00 females. That's a level 120. You do want to breed 00 females. I'm not talking about breed the females and get a mutation on them. But you do want mutations from the mother. You don't want mutations on the mother, but you do want mutations from the mother. You don't have a choice because after 20 mutations on the patrilineal side, you can't get any more mutations from the patrilineal side. You have to take them from the mother side. So you want clean females. Nice. Yeah. Mutations from both sides. If you keep one side clean, you can take the patrilineal as high as you want. Bug system, it's meant to cap at 20, but it doesn't. That's not my understanding of how it works. So my understanding is that as soon as you get 20 mutations from your patrilineal or your matrilineal side, then this just happens because the game registers things weird. But it's my understanding that as soon as you get 20 mutations on your patrilineal side, that you stop gaining mutations from that side, even though the counter keeps doing weird shit. And you end up with half the ability to get mutations because you can only get mutations from the matrilineal side at that point. Yeah, I know you're keeping one side clean, which is why you breed with what they call 00 females. Because your females that you breed with your breeder male have to not have any mutations on them, but they still provide mutations. Oh, you've got to be shitting me. Well, thank you, video game. Holy crap. First time that's ever happened. This fucking game, dude. Holy crap. I believe this was the 120 here. This. Nice. So when it comes to mutations, we only need with mutated females to sell or trade the line, because it guarantees stat with the same male and female. Right. So I think our misunderstanding is that you think I want to breed with females that are mutated so that they can pass on their mutations. But what I'm saying is that the female provides a chance to generate a new mutation. And that's how you get the infinite mutations, right? Because you cap on your patrilineal side. And so the father, your breeder male, can no longer generate a new mutation. But your breeder females have the ability to generate a mutation on the mutated stat that you're getting from your breeder male. And so what I'm saying is you want to breed 0, 0 females, meaning 0 matrilineal, 0 patrilineal mutation females, so that you have babies, so that you can put the traits on them, because you can only put traits on babies. Because eventually what's happening is your 0, 0 females are the ones generating every new mutation, which is why after 20 you cut your chance in half. So you need bred 0, 0 females so that you can put traits on them to increase their chance to give that mutated stat. Because you can't put traits on anything but babies. Of course, apparently you can de-age things with the Mega Labs, so maybe that's how you would do it. De-age them and then put traits on them. I don't know exactly how that works. But and so the thing that I'm wondering is the trait says it gives a bonus. If it gets a mute from the matrilineal side, they are named baby kill and never fed. All of your mutations come from the matrilineal side. So there are three things that trigger when a baby is born: the base stat, the mutated stat, and the mutation. And these three things in ASA are distinct. So you can get the base stat and the mutated stat from the father, and then get a mutation from the mother, which boosts the father's mutation. If you cap both sides, you can't get any more mutations at all. I think we're just misunderstanding each other. So, it is my understanding that no matter how many mutations you have, on no matter how many sides, right? So if I have a male and it's my male breeder and its ancestors on both sides have capped mutations, right? It's got 20 mutations from its matrilineal side and it has 20 mutations from its patrilineal side. Just my male breeder is capped 2020 and I breed it with a female that has no mutations. That female gives the mutation to the baby because that male can no longer give mutations. And so that female, that matrilineal side of the baby that has zero mutations, gives a mutation to the baby. And then that baby, if it's a male, becomes your new breeder. And then again, you breed it with its own parents or its own, the same females that you bred the previous male with. And because they still have no mutations, they keep providing mutations. But every mutation comes from those females because the male can no longer be mutated. They don't come from the dad, they come from the mother. Once you cap out your your breeder male with mutations, it no longer has the ability to pass on mutations. That's why getting the first 20 or whatever mutations is so much faster. And then it starts to slow down because you're literally cutting your chances in half. Right. So what you're saying is on your breeder males, you have no mutations from this side and only mutations from this side. Okay. I think in light of the fact that you can put the traits on the breeders now, I don't think that's the best option. I don't know. Maybe it is. I don't know. It's never really going to matter to me because I play solo and I'm never going to get a chance to breed for mutations like that anyway. It's taking way longer than I expected. Because it's not even eating anymore because it ran out of food. Oh, you've got to be shitting me. Get the fuck out of the way, tree. Holy shit. I'm just aggravated because I had such a hard time trying to understand what you were saying a minute ago. And so I'm playing bad. No, you fucking don't. Get the fuck down here. I swear to God, if I freaking die right now. Because this dumbass wyvern. Oh, I hate this game so much. Yep, that tracks. No, that's fine. Fly in circles. That's what land means. Okay, so in order to keep your breeder males clean, then all you actually have to do is every time you get a mutation from your female side, you just rebreed that creature with the 0/0 females again until you get one that has 0 from the matrilineal side and 0 and all the mutations from the patrilineal side, and then that becomes your breeder, right? You can reset the matrilineal side by breeding with the 0/0 female. So you still want to keep your mutations from your matrilineal side because it's faster. So you would need to have 2 sets of females. You would need to have a set of females that had the mutation traits and a set of females that didn't. And then you breed with the mutation females, get the mutation because you have a way better chance because you could double down on the traits. And then you breed again with the regular females that don't give the mutations until you get that clean matrilineal side on your breeder male. And then you go back, and every generation you would probably get. Right. But so just every time you get a mutation, well, you don't even have to do every time you get a mutation. Every 20 times you get a mutation, you have to do it. So as long as you're keeping track, then you're good. so I guess my question is, when you breed with that 0, 0 female, will it actually reset this to 0? So you have 0 out of 20 instead of negative whatever the heck that number is? Okay. So then it's really easy to keep track of because it'll say, it'll say, but I'm saying that's inefficient. Right, but you also said that if you get, so you said that if you get a mutation and it's from the mom, then you kill it, right? You don't raise that baby. But I'm saying you should raise that baby 20 times. Right? You should wait until this counter is maxed and then breed it again with 0, 0s to negate this counter. And then wait until this counter is at 20 again and then breed it with 0, 0s. And that way you could put the mutation traits on both the mothers and the fathers and get 20% chance to mutate. You know what I mean? I mean, sure. But so the point of that is that you would need way fewer breeders. If you could put, so it's a 2% chance, right? The level 3 traits give you a 2% chance to get a mutation. So if you have 5 of those, which you can have up to 5 on, we're not going to leave these here. So say you're doing wyverns, right? And you need health and melee mutations. So you put 3 melee and 2 health on your father, and 3 melee and 2 health on 5 females, clean females. That would give you a 20% chance to trigger a mutation, because each one of those gives you a 2% chance to trigger a mutation, and you'd almost be guaranteed to get those mutations on the 2 stats that you want. So that's what I'm saying is I think, so in ASE we always did single stats at a time, but because you can increase by another 8% your chance to get a mutation if you use those extra 2 trait slots for a second stat, I think now it's actually optimum to do smaller batch size breeding that runs 2 stats. So if you did, and then you only need 6 creatures with all of those stats, or with all of those traits. And they don't necessarily all have to have 3 melee, 3 health, right? Some of them could have 3 health, 2 melee. and some of them can have 3 melee, 2 health. But you can only put as much as 3 of one on any given creature. And so then instead of having 200 breeders, you need 5. Because at 20% chance, you should be getting a mutation every single generation there with only 5 breeders. It doesn't work that way. It's not 20% chance. It's the same chance you're combining. Your chance are not 1 in 5. It's only 6% on each. Not the way it's worded. So the way the mutation thing, do I have one that has a mutation? No. The way it's worded is it says you have a 2% increased chance to get a mutation, and it increases the likelihood that that mutation is on X stat. So they are additive. Here we go. Mutable melee. This creature's offspring have a 1% chance to mutate, and its mutations have an extra chance to apply to its melee chance. 2% chance increase, but you can't combine your chances on 5 different dinos because each only has. No, so you're increasing the chance that you get a mutation from both the male and female side by 10%. Right? Because you're putting 5. So you're putting 5 2% chances, which is 10%. Right? So they're getting a plus 10% chance to mutate on both the male and female side, which means that between those two, you have a 20% chance at mutating. So it should give you a mutation every 5 babies. And since you're increasing the likelihood that you're going to get one of the stats you want 5 times, well, 10 times, the likelihood that you're going to get one of the 2 stats you're looking for should be extremely high. Because this doesn't say increase your chance to mutate by 1%, which would mean an additional 1% of whatever the percentage is. But it says add, it's a plus 1% chance to mutate. So that's a base 1% chance. Oops, wrong button. Oop, now I'm fucked. Follow me, you stupid dragon. And then at level 3, it's a base 2%, not a base 1%. So, I mean, it would take a lot to set up, right? You have 6 creatures, so you need 30 traits per line. But that's much better than trying to hit, 200 of them that way. It should exponentially speed up how quickly you get mutations that way. But I have to use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. I'm also not saying you're combining the chances, but um, that's just how probability works, right? If you have a 20% chance for something to happen, then you expect 1 out of every 5 times for that thing to happen. It's not exact, right? You might miss all 5 times, but if you do something 5 times, and like if you flipped a coin and there was only a 20% chance that it could land on heads, then you would expect if you flipped it 5 times for it to land on heads 1 of those times. Each time has its own distinct 20% chance, but in the aggregate, you should match up to that 1 in 5, or at least fairly closely. So you are sort of adding the chances together. Because you're doing those things all simultaneously. If you weren't doing the breeding simultaneously, then it would take longer. But since you can do all 5 of those breeds all at the same time, you're basically guaranteeing yourself a mutation every time. If you wanted to really guarantee it, then you could, get 7 or 8. And then you'd have to have really bad luck not to get your mutation. I'll get on solo and I'll test a little bit to see. Maybe I can find some mods that will keep track of mutation percentage chances and stuff like that and see if I can really see how things are working. Because it's possible that the way it's worded and the way it actually works also aren't the same. It would be very much a wild card move to mess that up. It is impossible to get on a freaking wyvern. I miss the good old days when they just drooped their tails. Holy criminy. Yeah, no, it's stupid. It looks cool when you're flying. The tail's going everywhere. When it's just at a standstill, can we just make the tail stay still so that I can fucking get on the dang thing? Pretty please. I just want to ride my stupid wyvern. Alright. It's time to go see about this freaking Dreadnoughtus. We're about to get a perfect aim on a Dreadnoughtus here. It's the last thing I do. Because I wants it. Because I want you. I need you. Got to have your child. Oh, so I did fly over to the Red Ob yesterday, Twisty. And you can get in the top of the Red Obelisk. But I also just noticed that you can get in the top of the Blue Obelisk, too. So I didn't realize that the top of the Blue Obelisk was actually still visible. And you can definitely get in the top of it over there. But I don't think it's nearly as valuable because it's kind of right on the ground and it's got a lot of open spots and stuff like that. So I don't actually think it's useful to be able to get in the top of the Blue Op. but you could definitely still do the top of the red ob here. I don't think it's as big as the regular obelisks, but still potentially a decent spot. Oh, baby. Please be... Nope. You piece of garbage. I was bad today. I lost my wyvern peaver peeing, flew back with Fabby, and they'd gone. Saw Bob taming an RG. Set him on fire with a flamethrower and then burned his RG. Aww. What a butt face. Poor Bob. That guy probably quit too. He was probably like, man, freaking buttholes. I don't even have an RG. I'm just trying to tame an RG. Leave me alone. And he quit. That's what I would have done. Alright, we got a 25k over here. Don't want to tame on a 25k. We want to tame on a 50k. That's what we're doing today. We're taming this Dreadnoughtus on a 50k node. It's the last friggin' thing I do. Dang man, someone got you a wyvern before me. Yeah, it was twisty. He brought me some Tusos and some Bassies. I already got the Bassies killed in this wyvern yesterday. It's a lightning wyvern, but it looks all fiery. And I like that that's the case. I'm wary. I tried really hard to get this wyvern killed yesterday, doing a 50k Ellie node. I was not quite good enough to not get killed by the other fire wyverns, erupted fire wyverns, and they kind of kicked my butt a little bit, and we almost lost the wyvern. But I escaped. It was fine. No big deal. No big deal. How are you today, Bozo? Doing good? Having fun? Ready for bonus rates tomorrow? Yeah. No day. We're probably gonna have that. We're supposed to get 2 inches tomorrow. Which I am not looking forward to, but hopefully it'll be the last snowstorm of the season. That would make me happy. I'm pretty tired of the cold. Of course, now it's gonna get hot, but that's fine. We got space heaters and fans and trigger this. Let it get killed. Oh shit. It's a purple one. My server is pretty dead, yes. Mostly because it's a temporary server. So in like 15 days, it goes kapoof. You could probably do red OSDs with that wife and like 2 fire wives. Possibly. I also think I would actually have to be good, which is, I think, most of the problem. Well, let's go see what this is. Oh, it's way up high. There's probably a base up there. Probably not going to be able to get this. And I also can't see my freaking stamina. So let's actually land and regen my stam before I go flying up there to see what's up. Not trying to get myself killed here. I love what they did with the alpha pillar. They changed it, put all that, those platforms with all the plants and stuff on them. So good. Its base was 20k HP. I don't think any points were put into it. I'm pretty sure this is its base stamina. I think everything's gone into melee. But it's pretty OP. Just be running around fucking shit up. Never really explored too much up here. I'd really like for there to be a good little rat hole in the top of one of these. But I don't think I can really explore without getting murked. So. What in the holy crap can we not, please? You can take the worst player, put them in a big tribe, and they will do well. You can take the best player, solo life is still hard. Yeah, I guess that's true, Twisty. I'm not necessarily worried about, like, I think my progress and stuff is good. And I think my general understanding of the game and stuff is pretty good. Um, it really is just my mechanical ability to press the buttons when shit hits the fan. I'm just not great at, getting parachutes off. And when I get surprised, I just sort of instantly fail. Um, and that's usually what I mean by I'm not very good at the game. When things are going to my expectations, I think I do a pretty solid job. But when things are not going the way I'm expecting them to go, usually it turns into a shit show pretty quick. Look at all them char-chars up there. Oh, I don't even have a freaking... What am I even doing? Offline timer sucks or sucks in general live. Never had someone try to raid me online. Yeah. I haven't gotten raided online yet either. I've only been raided offline so far. Well, that's not true. Uh, Night Gaming and those fools tried to raid me online a couple of times on this server. But I haven't lost a base to an online raid yet. I've had attempts online, only got in offline though. Yeah. Yeah, that's where I'm at so far, is only in offline raids have I actually lost bases. Trying to get a 50k node to specifically spawn over there, where I want to tame this 130 Dreadnoughtus, is driving me insane. I have blown up so many element nodes. At one point, my server was triple fobbed for 2 weeks. That was rough. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I could have dealt with that. Not all by me onesie, anyway. I think we just heard an element vein spawn. Is that it right there? Another 25k node. Super useless. Thank you so much, game. I really appreciate you giving me all the things I don't want. I don't even care about that stupid primitive treasure chest. Don't even know why I was gonna get it. Let's break this back out. Let's take it over to Dreadnoughtus. Although even as dead as my server is, Bozo, I did get attacked yesterday. I was down farming or taming gachas. Um, down in the sunken forest. And some nerd on a tech suit came and started tech rifling me in the face. I almost died. I'm actually having to wear gear when I go out because there's actually people attacking me now. Still couldn't do that. They were account sharing, had no offline timer, like sometimes going 2 days with no sleep. Because as soon as my head hit the pillow, they were in another cave. That sucks. Whoa, whoa. Yo, what up, Quizza? Been a couple of days. Who are these people? Turtle Squad. I'd never seen this base up here before. I wonder if there's a base location inside of there or if this is just their... How you been, bud? Whoops. Stupid tree. Dum-dum tree. Run away. Booyah. Kill the dreadnought. Kill the dreadnought. Yeah, but I don't want to lose a bunch of HP in the process. They hit me for like 1k HP. It is not fun. If this thing, like, stole health, like the Karchar, then I'd probably do it. Numb. Interesting. Let's see if I can just, like, fly around in its side or something. Or maybe, like, get it to start attacking. And then try and get out of its range. I don't think that's gonna get me. Ooh, it did. Ouchie. That was interesting. I got hit like 16,000 times by that attack. Yeah, it is pretty crazy. Well, that was fun. That's too bad. Definitely can't tame that 130 now either. Should have been more careful. But honestly, that's yeah, it was buggy as fuck. Um, Good timing anyway, because I need to get some food in me, because I'm flipping hungry. So if y'all give me just a couple of minutes here, I'm gonna go warm up some tortillas so I can have some PB&J tacos. I'll be right back. Alrighty, we back. No quiz, I have not moved servers. I did move to that center server and got raided. And then I tried to move to an island server and got interrupted while I was trying to take a cave. And they killed all of my soakers. So we're still chilling here on the extinction server. We've got a good 5 days of bonus rates coming up starting tomorrow. So we tamed ourselves an RG so that we can have a good weight creature to use to do some gathering and stuff over the next 5 days. And yeah, we're going to try and raise up some mana garmers and stuff so that we have plenty of extra mana garmers during the bonus rates. And we're going to try and do a bunch of farming during the bonus rates. And then we'll see what we can do about trying to move servers and stuff, because we've only got 15 days left to do that before this server goes kaput. And if I haven't moved by then, I'm going to be hurting. Now, since tomorrow is the day that the new server goes live, or the new map goes live, should actually have a pretty easy time. I hope. Because a lot of people will be over on the Astraeus map. If I'm not mistaken, the Astraeus map has element veins and OSDs as well. So that should really spread people out. Which probably isn't the best for the game. Because you want to drive a little conflict. But it is the best for us trying to survive, not get killed. So we're also going to need to hatch up some of these stegos. I need some soakers. Because I don't imagine that we're going to be able to find a base spot that doesn't require at least some measure of raiding. At least not a good base spot. Alrighty, that was delicious. So, let's freaking see here. We've got our RG. Honestly, I should probably just raise up these baby RGs too. Let's see about that, honestly. And let's get... yeah, I am on 3431. I'm not worried about the wyvern, dude. Don't worry about it. I appreciate that you let me have one and let me fly around and have a good time, but I am good. I will eventually get there. I do need to take my mana, though, and go pick up my kit. I'm not terribly concerned about this kit, but at least the gene sequencer is something I want to make sure that I pick up. You freaking nerd. Where do I need to go? Don't want to leave you just standing around. Bee fly. Stupid manic armors. Literally the bane of the video game. Oh shit. That's a red one. Don't throw your poop at me, dude. It's not cute. You're not funny. Oh, well, good. I'll make sure to give it swamp fever for you. I wouldn't want that character to feel left out. You know what I mean? Let's see, what are we looking at in the food department over here? Oh, we get quite a bit of food. I mean, all the people in my base have swamp fever right now. So, no, I'm good. I'll get it eventually when there's not a bunch of people in my base. Yeah. I need to go kill stupid jerkface and aberration and get tech pods. But I'm lazy. Oh, right. These have to get thrown out way over here. Alright, you stupid baby RGs. What are your baseline stats? 1k stam, 768 health, or wait, that's actually pretty good. How far along are you? 2% already? Nice. Are all of my babies female? Bummer. Oh, see, this one's got the 1000. Oh, that's not a very good weight, though. It's a decent melee, though. So some of these will probably get turned into, like, combat RGs. Some of these will get turned into weight RGs. Maybe they'll all get turned into weight RGs. Who knows? I don't guess I really need combat RGs anymore. I have Managarmers. When are you gonna need care there, bud? 4.5 hours? Alright. Trying to get out of here on a Managarmer? Actual cancer. Actually. Let's go ahead and kill some stuff here. And get some meats for all my babies. Need to start seeing about some poly too. We have the meats. Not really, though. Manic armors are so bad at gathering meat. Also, gathering meat from corrupted creatures is not really that effective. They have less meat than their non-corrupted counterparts usually. At least in my experience. Boing. Birds flying high. You know how I feel. No, I'm gonna die. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? That is a lot of spoiled meat. Like I should be raising up some vultures or something. Right. Pew. Boing. Pew. Gonna head back over to our gathering base here. And probably see about doing some gathering. Oh. Gotta go over to Misty here. Give me just 1 second. I'm gonna drop off all this poly and stuff real quick. Motherfucker, stop pooping. We have shit to do not taking a shit. Actually, we need some of this. Cool. Pew. I kind of enjoy making silly noises that go with my manic armor. I have my sound turned off almost all the way. So even though y'all, I think, can hear at least some of what goes on in the game, I basically can't hear anything. Um, but my brain, like, wants to make noises for what's going on. 57, 44. Hey, there he is. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. And he died. Hey. Thanks, buddy. I don't even have to raise my stegos. This wyvern's got blue in it. That's so exciting. Thank you so much. Ooh, do I get to put the levels in it too? That's exciting also. I know, I know, I know, I know, I know, I want to. Take it with me, go down here. Been talking to myself a bunch again all of a sudden. What about this wyvern and see what it looks like? Look at it. Bam. Oh, shiznit. Roar, I'm a wyvern. Oh, they're so cool. So cool. Let's go ahead and check out these stags here. Boop. Oh, right. Choo. Choo. Oh, they're baby stags. Oh, shit. Oh, I fucked up. Oh, I fucked up. Actually, go back. Yo, this is a super blue wyvern. Holy shiznit. It looked all green because of the red light from before, but this thing is blue as shit. That is so dope. I have some berries growing over here. So let's go over here. Let's get these berries before I let this stego die. Berries. All right. We're going to be okay. Nothing bad is going to happen. Stegos aren't going to die. It's going to be fine. I'm actually kind of in love with this wyvern. Okay, well, so I don't get that stego killed. We're going to spend a little time over here. Until it wakes up, I'll probably put it back in its cryo. And then actually finish raising it tomorrow. The reason I was going to do these RGs is I think for the most part they'll kind of be good enough for themselves. And when they all wake up, I'm going to move them over here near this Managarmr since it's raising already anyway. And just run with it. I've been able to leave that Managarmr out for a couple of days straight now. And I think I'll be able to do the same thing with the RGs, so. But I'll wait for the stegos until tomorrow. That's a red one. So, what we're going to do since we have these stegos is over the course of the next 5 days, while we have the bonus rates, we're going to breed and raise as many of these stegos as we can. We're going to breed and raise as many Managarmrs as we can. And we might try and get a male lightning wyvern and try and get those stats on a male. Right? Or is this neutered? Allow AI special attacks? Yeah, so it doesn't look like it's neutered. So if I just get like any male and then breed it with that, and then I can try and preserve that line so that poor Twisty can stop having to come over here and give me new wyverns. Because I'm really good at getting them killed. Unless you don't want me to try and preserve the line, Twisty. I assume this is your old line, so I don't assume it matters, but if it does, you just let me know. Might go ahead and see about that male lightning wyvern thing like right now. So the thing is I need to get like as many wyvern eggs as I can. But no worries. Did something happen that made it difficult to get off the server? Or was I supposed to have helped you get off the server? Oh, do they have turrets and stuff on them? Oh, I didn't realize. So they just like move around sometimes? That's weird. So like just there's only so many of them that are available at any given time. Yeah, okay. Interesting. Interesting. I was not aware of that. That's really stupid and not really of any use to anyone. Is that intentional? There's no way they thought that was a good idea. No way they thought that was a good idea. Yo, this thing is so fucking blue. Oh my god, it's so pretty. Look at that. I really like that orange down its back too. I could definitely think of some colors that would be better than the yellow. Or that I would maybe like more than the yellow. But this shade of yellow goes pretty well with this shade of blue and looks really nice. I guess I've just never been like a really big blue yellow. Trying to get solid blue for lightnings. Ooh, nice. Nice. I really like this blue and orange. The orange across the back is really, really cool. I think the darker blue and that really rich orange color go pretty well together. Look, they look hot. And that color blue specifically looks really nice. It's very deep. Like it a lot. So good. More levels. Level! Go kill some nerds. Gain some levels here. Rawr, I'm a dragon. Do I have... I think I actually might have a 4x note that I haven't used yet over here. And I'll definitely use it on this wyvern. And then just go murk a ton of stuff real quick. Planning on using a lighter shade of blue on the orange spots to give it a shaded look. On solid color, I think blocks out the aesthetics the artist put time into. I agree. I agree. Although they did a really good job with ASA of giving sort of some shading to it naturally. That was one of the things that I really hated about a lot of the mutations for colors and stuff in the last game, is there didn't feel like there was any shading. Racers were especially bad about it, where they were just like this one ugly chunky color. And so on ASA, I feel like there's just some natural shading and stuff anyway. So even if you have a solid color, it still, has that shaded effect. And I like that. But I agree with you that it looks even better if you get, some lighter colors and stuff like that in there as well. Or even maybe some slightly different colors, like some purple or like a really light purple to go with the blue or something else. So it's not just the exact same color and all blocky and chunky. Have I gotten this one yet? Hey, I have not gotten this one yet.
Your company too. Very grateful. I know I've been rambling. This conversation is quite one-sided. I'm just glad for the chance to speak to another being. If only through these shards of thought. As I've said, time and I are at odds, and I have no idea how long I've been waiting here. Alone. Completely alone. My
I'm gonna go look for some higher level creatures to kill. Oh, this Dreadnoughtus has been damaged pretty good. Oh, this is the one that just killed me, that's right.
No one to speak to. No one to know. There never will be.
Had to replace it. I told you to bite it. Didn't expect that buggy shit. Yeah, no, that was really crazy.
From the tomb of man.
That was really crazy. That's something to consider knowing, though, or to be happy to know, is that if things get trapped inside of a Dreadnoughtus, it seems to just hit over and over and over again. So in PvP or something, if somebody got like stuck in your Dreadnoughtus, you could just freaking nuke them. Maybe. Whoops. Stayed a little too close there. Well, I'm trying to die again. Holy cow. This one level 15 friggin' dreadnought is the bane of my existence. I'm backing into Brontos that are trying to knock me towards the Dreadnoughtus. That's funny. Alright, we got him. He got him. I mean, it's the difference between 1200% damage and 17. But that wasn't really worth nearly as much XP as I thought it was going to be. Oh, there we go. Yeah, no, it wasn't worth nearly as much XP as I thought. Need to go kill some carnivores. There should be some corrupted Rexes and stuff over here that I can kill. You'd think with half the HP of a Titan it'd be half the XP, right? For real. Hello? That's alright. We gonna get this bad boy right back up. More X-Note and some Spinos. More Spinos over here to kill. Dude, we still got almost 3 minutes here. Don't you freaking growl at me. Now we almost back up. You know you can stack a 2x? Yes, I did know that. I just didn't know where a 2x was off the top of my head that I hadn't gotten already. So I just happened to know that I hadn't gotten that 4x yet. That's how I hit level 100. Was just get a 2x, get a 4x, shotgun a bunch of Spinos. Alright, that's the end of that. We didn't quite get all of the XP that I would have liked, but I think that's good enough. You know, as we continue to use it, we'll be able to get its damage back up. Let's throw out some of this stuff. It doesn't actually weigh very much, neither do these things. I want to keep all of these things. Guess we'll fly slowly. There should be enough meat. Oop. Is that a Bronto or a Dreadnoughtus? That's a Dreadnoughtus. Say level 5? Aw, too bad it's a male. Ooh, Kingslaying. It's only Kingslaying 1. But because you can use Dreadnoughtuses for the Titans, Kingslaying on the Dreadnoughtus is actually OP. That's not where I want that 50k node to be. Okay, well, I don't want to do this, but we gotta throw out a little meat here. I'm dehydrated. You're dehydrated. I don't know what BBL stands for. Also, what's up, JJ2K? How are you? By the way, the AI special attack is whether it can use lightning. Yeah, that's what I figured, Twisty. That's what I figured. It is good to have confirmation on that, though. Hey, Razor Slade. Welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel. Yeah, I'm playing on the official Small Tribe servers. We're on one of the expiring extinction servers. Because I didn't know it was expiring. Because I'm a dum-dum. Right. Dial that bad boy up. I never allow it because somehow I always end up killed by it. Oh, right, because your own wyvern can hit you with its lightning. Right. Might have to be careful of that. Might have to be careful of that. Maybe we should turn that off for now. It would probably be pretty good. Um, for doing like OSDs and stuff though. Because that lightning is just so strong. And they could take out the wyverns for you. You wouldn't even necessarily need to have anybody riding them. Hope they add Ragnarok map soon. I love that map on ASE. I really, really hope so too. I thought we were going to get Ragnarok before this map, because that's the way it released on ASE. So I was actually really shocked to see Extinction come out first. And a little bit sad. I didn't play the Center Aberration or Scorched Earth release. And I finally kind of decided to get back into the game. And I was kind of hoping for one more Mana Garmer free map before we came back to the insanity that is Mana Garmers before net guns. But unfortunately, didn't get a chance to do that. I mean, it's my own fault. I should have been playing more, and I would have had more chances for some of that stuff. But it was a little bit sad. I would have liked it. But I'm looking forward to that. Um, I'm looking forward to Valguero. It looks like they're maybe not planning on putting out Crystal Isles again, which is really disappointing to me because I love Crystal Isles. It's one of my favorite maps and it has my favorite creature, which is the Tropiognathus. And so if we don't get Crystal Isles this time and we don't get the Tropiognathus at all, I'm going to be pretty sad and a little bit upset. Especially since when they sold ASA, they told us we were going to get all of the official maps. Ragnarok is supposed to come out in March. It's already on the what's the word I'm looking for? The roadmap for March. So I'm fairly certain we are for sure getting Ragnarok. But the roadmap doesn't include Crystal Isles or Lost Island, which I don't like because I think both of those maps are really good. So we might end up losing two of the maps that were free DLCs on the last game, and two really good maps with really good creatures. I mean, the Sonoma Crops from Lost Island is an incredible creature, and the Tropiognathus and the Crystal Wyverns are really, really cool from Crystal Isles. So if we don't get either of those two, it will be really sad. But the roadmap says Ragnarok is supposed to come in March this year. Or sorry, April, not March. April. So yeah, just a couple more months and we should be good. And tomorrow we get Astraeus. So I don't know if you've been keeping up, Razor, but the person who made Fjordor, or one of the people who made Fjordor, is making the first sort of official DLC for ASA, which is the Astraeus map. It is being released on the 12th to the official server network. It is apparently only 35% complete at this time, but it's already bigger than the island and most of the other maps. So tomorrow, servers should be getting rolled out that run the new Astraeus map. I'm a little bit upset that they're putting it out and putting out official servers for it when it's only 35% of the way done. That kind of puts me off. But it is $35 in the mod shop. And it will be, that map specifically will be coming to the official server network. So if you're at all interested in coming back for a new server launch, I'm in the same boat. So the reason it upsets me that they're releasing it at 35% complete is because I'm with you. I want to wait until it's 100% if it's going to be on the official server network especially before I worry about playing it. But I like being on servers when they're in that period, that first month and a half where you can't transfer anything into the servers. I think that's a really good time to start new characters. I think that's a really good time, if you've lost all your stuff and you have to start all over again to start a new run. And so I just think that's a really, really fun time of the game. And so they're cutting a lot of people out of being able to access that part of the new server because, we want to wait until the map is done before we buy it. And so I'm pretty upset that they're choosing to go that route with that new server or with that new map. Extinction or the island is the way to go in ASI. I think you're probably right. I really do. For a home-based server, I think you're right. I think the island is probably best if you want to be the only big tribe on your server. And because there are so many good base spots on Extinction, I think, well, no, maybe the opposite. I don't know. But I think you're right. I think Extinction and the Island are both really good. I honestly think that you should probably use Extinction to get your start too, because there are a lot of really good small rat holes. So if you're just getting started again, I think Extinction is a great place because you can just get so much access to element stuff without having to worry about the bosses and get straight to element tier real quick. I think that's a great path. But hopefully in April we get to have some more fun again with another map starting. I think those RGs are probably going to be okay. Let's get them moved over here. One of them not following me, one of them's not following me. Follow me! I want to make sure they get over here where they can actually get the trough. I lost a baby Managarmer the other day, because apparently it couldn't get to the trough from over there. Because I'm a dum-dum. And then we're going to go check out this 130 Dreadnoughtus. Since we have a good wyvern again, since Twisty is such a wonderful person who tricks me into killing my creatures. Alright, y'all chill out right there. Oh, where did I put? I think I put this element over here. Need to go pick this element up again. Wyverns make getting around the map so nice. How have I been playing without wyverns this entire time? What a schmuck. I think I'll do a hardcore single player run. Those usually end up bloody for me. So I've been considering making content for ARK for a long time. And I have done a number of attempts at recording 100 days videos over the years where I was going to do like a really, really hardcore sort of semi PvP myself run, where what I was going to do is I was going to play hardcore for 100 days or until I died, and then, leave whatever base or whatever that I built up. And so I was going to build the bases in sort of a PvP style with turrets and stuff. And then I was going to make a new character at the end of that 100 days. and then do another hardcore run and try and raid my previous base hardcore. And then, just sort of build up bases over time and keep doing these 100 days runs on the same map so that anything that I put up was still there. And then try and go through and raid each thing and do like better and better and better each time. Unfortunately, I'm a garbage can, and I never really made it very far. I would uh I would just get myself killed. I'm really good at dying in this game, let me tell you. But I thought it would have been cool because I could have like shared the save file with the community, and they could have used the same save file and gone and like tried to raid my base, doing their own hardcore runs or even regular runs or anything like that. But I thought that would be cool. Maybe that's something we'll do in the future if I get tired of playing on the official servers. Maybe I'll do some single player stuff and then share the save files with the community so that you can have, like my base on the save. And then try and raid it or whatever. Yeah, I think that goes for most players. It's very easy to die, especially if using mods like alphas. It's easy to die because this game is glitchy as shiznit. You don't even have to do anything wrong. You just be minding your own business and just blink out of existence. Yeah, this is a PvP server. The official Small Tribes PvP network. Or I guess they call it a cluster. This server's pretty chill though because it's an expiring server and we've only got like um we've only got like 15 days until this server expires. So there aren't a ton of people really around. So I kind of just have the run of the place, What do you plan on doing after that? Well, I'm trying to find a new base location. I had another base on a center server that I was going to live out of, but it got raided. So really the goal is to just try and diversify, get some more bases and stuff so that I can start, raiding and doing some other parts of the game. We've been in gather mode for a long time. Well, we've been in fuck off mode for a long time. I just keep getting distracted and kind of fucking off and not actually accomplishing things that I need to accomplish. I really like to tame my own creatures, and so I just have like really crappy lines because I'm solo and this is a new character. And so instead of like trying to go and raid for lines and stuff like that, I've kind of been doing it the wrong way. So we'll see. We probably need to start changing tactics and stuff. I used to play Primitive Plus and ASE with no explosives, period. It was fun, but also very time consuming to raid. Yeah, that sounds great because you wouldn't have to worry so much about being raided. But from a raiding perspective, and I think that's something that ARK honestly needs to look into, is losing your base and losing all your stuff isn't necessarily all that fun. But promoting open world PvP is a lot of fun. And we talked about this the last couple of days on the channel. I think it's important that they try and find ways to get people out of their base and into the world. There's so much in-base stuff to do, right? You're doing all this breeding, you're doing all this crafting. Now that we have gachas back, you can do basically all of your resource gathering and stuff from your gachas. And so the bigger tribes who have all the stuff that would actually be worth taking in a PvP battle are just in their bases. They never leave unless they're going to go do a raid. And so there's no opportunity to kind of get a come up by killing them um, when you're, starting a new run or anything like that. And so I think the game would be in a much better position if instead of promoting people staying in their bases, they found ways to promote getting people out into the open world, doing stuff in the open world. Things like OSDs are really good for that. Things like the element veins are really good for that. And so I just think they need to try and do some more stuff like that that is going to help drive people into the open world. And then, just have some more open world PvP. I think they tried to do it a little bit with the daily King Titan, right? Because the King Titan comes out into the open world once a day now. And so I think they kind of expected people to fight over that. And I think they also need to do a good job of driving lower tier players into the open world to fight each other too, though. Because right now, a lot of stuff, like that roaming King Titan and stuff, um, is really kind of a higher end thing. A lot of the OSDs, right, like the purple OSDs, are a really high end player thing. And most players are not high end players, right? Most players are like one or two generations into their breed lines. They're living out of a rat hole. They've got all of their best stuff in upload because they don't have super defensible bases. And they're not doing purple OSDs. They're not countering the roaming Titan. Those aren't things that they're capable of. And so, especially in small tribes, where you have a lot of solo players, I also think that they need to try and find a way to drive lower tier players to fight each other. And maybe even to exclude higher tier players. I don't know how you would do that, but um, one of the things about this game is that there isn't a level system. Well, not really, like in a traditional RPG, where your power is very much based on your level. Your power is very much based on your equipment in this game and your dinosaurs, which is not as easy to track. And so, I come from like old school MMORPGs like Dark Age of Camelot, where there was a PvP space at every 5 level break. So from 20 to 25, you went and PvP'd with everybody else who was level 20 to 25. And oh, nice. I don't remember what server we were on, but we always played the Hibernia realm. I played the AOC for a long time until Guild Wars 1 came out, and then we switched over to Guild Wars 1. But yeah, I love Dark Age of Camelot. Um, but so that system I thought was really good because it was very content complete at every tier. And that's not really the case of modern games. Um, you sort of have to get to the end tier of the game before a lot of the content becomes viable for you, especially PvP content. And this game isn't any different, right? You have to be really strong and have really good dinos, or a lot of the PvP stuff becomes even more difficult because even if I go to raid somebody who's on the same tier as me, I'm going to lose that, or I'm going to potentially get countered by somebody who is drastically higher tier than me. And so you end up making things more dangerous for your lower tier players And that's not really where the danger should be. Right? Things should be more dangerous for your higher tier players. They should have a higher risk of losing things because that loss is less of an impact to them. Right? If I lose this wyvern, I lose my only good wyvern. And so that's a huge deal to me. That's 100% of my wyverns gone because I'm a pretty mid-tier player right now. And so the person who gave me this wyvern has thousands of wyverns. So if they lose this wyvern, it's not even 1% of their wyverns. And so the fact that I end up taking a larger risk and have a better chance of losing as a lower tier player means that A, I have to rely on other people. Right? My power is very much coming from other people giving me things right now. And B, I have a much better chance of getting set back a significant amount. And so I think that really pushes new players away. It really pushes players away when they start to fail, right? If your base gets raided. And it's like kind of every game, right? If you've ever played Albion Online, it's the same way. You play Throne and Liberty, it's the same way. You play New World, it's the same way. Like all games are built like that in today's market. And I just wish that we could get an updated Dark Age of Camelot more than anything. Because I loved that game. That game was so much fun. But a lot of it is also that new content doesn't get made for those lower tiers either. So even if you look back at Dark Age of Camelot, as it started getting more and more expansions, if you look back at the first two expansions, the one that took you into the forest zone, I don't remember what it was called, and the Atlantis expansion, both had content for mid to high tier. So you could go into those places. Actually, the first expansion had content like all the way down into level 5. Yeah, Trials of Atlantis, but the one before that also, where you had, it's where you got the mushroom caster for the Hibernia side when they were added to the game, and the Sylvan race was added. But those two expansions, Shrouded Isles, thank you, that is correct. So those two expansions had content for the entire level progression. But then if you look later at the Minotaur expansion and uh, Darkness Falls had a little bit of mid-tier content as well. But as the expansions started coming, you started getting only end game content. And that's something that happens in a lot of MMO games because your player base is already at end game. So why would you create, level 5 content that all these people who are already level 60 aren't going to interact with because they can't go back? So finding a way to promote people going back and starting over, having a roster of characters instead of maybe a single character that they play, and continuing to maintain a game that is content complete at every tier of play, whether it's an RPG like Dark Age of Camelot, where your level is your tier, or if it's a game like ARK Survival Evolved, where where your tier is based on sort of your progression. Whenever new expansions and new stuff comes out, you need to be able to interact with all the new stuff at each of those tiers. And it needs to be engaging and sort of fair at each of those tiers to keep new players coming in to play the game. TOA was pretty good. I personally enjoyed it, but for PvP, I preferred SI. I mean, Trials of Atlantis was fun because it opened up so many opportunities for your build in Dark Age of Camelot. I mean, artifacts were insane, and they made creating a build so much more fun. So I think overall, TOA was probably the capstone expansion in Dark Age of Camelot. Like without Trials of Atlantis, Dark Age of Camelot was never as interesting a game as it was, because you needed the artifact system to make creating builds in that game as interesting as it was. And then everything else was just sort of like physical content, right? Like Labyrinth of the Minotaur was just a place you went to. Darkness Falls was just a place you went to. Shrouded Isles was just a place you went to. But Trials of Atlantis introduced something that uniquely changed the way you built your character. And again, because some of those things could be used at super early levels, like as low as level 30, it brought that content to a lot of different tiers of play, which meant it was super fun to make a new character, get to level 30, get, the level 30 artifacts that you wanted, turn off your XP gain, and then go run the level 30 PvP zone. Like, that was super cool. I've never played another game where I could turn off my XP so that I could just go do what I wanted at the level I was at. Main problem with TOA is that it forced you to do PvE in order to PvP. Was the main problem with it. Artifacts themselves was a great idea. So I agree that forcing a player to engage in content that they don't want to engage in is bad. But by the same stroke, I think that being able to get everything through every form of content is bad. For example, if you want to have things like artifacts that you can only get through PvE, then make those things tradable, and then give the PvP players something that the PvE players are going to want that is tradable, so that those PvE players will go get artifacts for the PvP players, and the PvP players will go get this other thing for the PvE players. Right? You need lots of different types of players to make those games work. If everything can be achieved through every avenue of play, then there's no interaction between the player base, because everybody just goes and does the thing that they want to do to get the thing that they want. So you have to compartmentalize, and honestly, you almost need to not be able to get the stuff that you want to use doing the content that you want to do to force that player-to-player interaction. Because I think that's a huge reason that MMOs today feel really dead, is that they've done this, they've put all this effort into allowing you to accomplish everything on your own, no matter what avenue of play you go down. It really marginalizes the other avenues of play. Like crafting is extremely marginalized in basically every MMO, because in order to not force people to have to craft, you can get all of the same types of stuff you can get by crafting by doing PvP or by doing PvE or whatever your choice of content is. And so there's almost no reason to be a crafter, because there's almost no trade environment, because everybody can just go PvP to get their gear or PvE to get their gear. This was especially apparent in New World when it launched, because crafting was a huge part of that game, but it was very quickly realized that you could get many, many, many more chances at good gear by running the open world chests than you could get by crafting, because you had to go gather so many materials to craft the items that it was actually just more time economical to just go run endless numbers of chest runs to get your endgame gear than it was to craft. But if there was gear that you could only craft, right, if there was this tier of gear that you had to get from crafters, and if there were resources that those crafters need to be able to make items that could only be achieved by doing, PvP content or really high-end PvE content, then those two groups of people have to interact with each other, right? If you want the best gear, you have to go get these resources that the crafter players probably aren't going to take the time to go get, and you need to bring them back and engage in trade. And then if you're a crafter and you want to craft the best gear, again, you have to be interacting and trading to be able to get the items and stuff that you need. Instead, crafting has just become this time sink where you just have to go get this really easy to get item like, iron ore, but you have to do it for 100 hours. And I think that they've just implemented everything wrong, is what I'm trying to say. When TOA came out, I was one of the first minstrels to solo Battler Scrolls with my centaur pet. It was highly demanding to keep tamed while charming. That's why I invented the coin method. Basically stuck a coin in the keyboard button. That's funny. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. But if you played a minstrel, that means you played on the Albion faction, didn't you? You piece of garbage. The underdog realm, my ass. Midgard was the underdog realm. Albion always had the most players. You lie like a dog. You lie like a dog. Albion had the most players, but worse classes in UT. Oh, okay. Okay. Except for infies. Infiltrators were freaking insane because they could use a shield and use shield stuns. Their stealthers were out of control good. Stealthers were out of control good. But Hibernia's Chanters were definitely the best. Most of our mage classes were pretty ridiculously powerful. Although our Eldritch casters were not nearly as good as rune casters for Midgard, and Midgard definitely had the best tanks. Man, I missed that game a lot. Yo, what's up, Detention? Talking a little Dark Age of Camelot over here. Yo, I really need for a 50k element vein to pop over here somewhere so that I can tame this stupid Dreadnoughtus. This is legitimately starting to upset me. that a 50k over there? It probably is. That's too far away, though. No way I'd ever get it over here. Yeah. I've tried to go back to Dark Age of Camelot a few times over the years. At this point, I think the thing that bothers me the most about DAOC, and the reason I can't like go back to it and really enjoy it, is that I was I'm now too good at like making builds and stuff like that. In that game, creating a build, there's not enough item variety, and everything's a little too straightforward. And so, while that game was really interesting for an MMORPG when it first came out, there are now just too many advancements, and we need too much variety that I just don't think Dark Age of Camelot provides. So you end up just kind of bogged down in playing the same character as everyone else. Also, the skill system in Dark Age of Camelot is absolutely horrendous. Everybody gets the same skills. It's all based on level. There's no choosing anything. Because I was so into Guild Wars 1, and because the Guild Wars 1 skill system is so good, a lot of skill systems in a lot of MMOs leave a lot to be desired for me. And I agree with you, Razor, but I want more obscurity in my build systems because I want to be surprised. Right? I want to go out into PvP like I did in Guild Wars in the 4v4 arenas. I want to go out there and I want somebody to have a build that I've never thought of and never seen before to just absolutely shit on me. And then to have to go back to the drawing board and try and find a way to overcome that build without destroying the integrity of my build. I like the preparation aspect of the game. I think it's important because otherwise you might as well be playing like a first person shooter, in my opinion, where the skill of the player is all that matters. Like why have a level system? Why have an item system? Why go through the rigmarole of having those things if everybody's going to end up with the same stuff, everybody's going to end up with the same build, and it's just player skill, right? If that's where we're going, then just have the characters be selectable, and then you just bam go straight into the PvP. Because now you've just created this barrier to entry that is a bunch of time, and all you're doing is just getting to the point that you were always getting to before. And so that's a really good way to go about Dark Age of Camelot. But that's not the game I want to play. Right? I want to play um I want to have a DAOC like experience, but I want to have more options in what I'm going to do to create my character because I like to play all the content, right? Like I like to craft, I like to PvE, I like to PvP, I like to do it all. So what I would like to see is an opportunity to, get to level 20, stop my XP, get my character's equipment all set up, right? Go do some level 20 raids, do some level 20 tier crafting, get my character just so in the spot that I want, and then go out into the PvP zone for level 20. And I really liked the realm point system. I thought that was great. And then, up my realm points And then once I was maxed out on that level 20, I'd like to turn my XP back on, go back out, max out my character again, and do it all over again. And, change skills and have interesting skill trees and all of that stuff. So Dark Age of Camelot hit a lot of things for me right, but it also rubbed me the wrong way on a couple of things, and so I've never really just been able to go back to it. ESO is a very time-consuming game, PvE-wise. It's not my type of game. See, I love ESO. I've played quite a bit of ESO. I especially liked ESO's motif system, and I think that's something that more games should look at, is their fashion system being integrated into their crafting system, because that really drives a lot of commerce and a lot of player-to-player interaction, because those motifs are really hard to get. And so if you want to be, a master crafter in a game, adding your fashion system to your crafting system like that, I think that's a great, great way to do that, because it really limits the number of people who are going to want to interact with that system, which makes playing that style of gameplay really, really enticing, because you know that you're going to be able to gain a little renown that way. So if you're really interested in, maxing your crafting, getting all the cool skins, getting all the cool motifs, and being able to make people literally anything they want to look any way they want, then you can spend your entire gameplay time doing that, right? I mean, if you played for 6 hours a day, every single day, it would still take you a year or more to get all the motifs in that game, which I think is awesome. I mean, just awesome. So, I'm a big fan of ESO's crafting and motif system. Well, not so much their crafting system, but their motif system I think is really good. I think it I think it should be something that more games do, to put the fashion as part of crafting. And it's something that we kind of got a little bit in Guild Wars too, because, in Guild Wars it was really easy to get almost perfect equipment, but to get almost perfect equipment in the skin you wanted took a lot. And that wasn't really a crafting system so much as it was a farming system, because you had to go out into certain zones to get certain skins of items to try and get the skin you wanted with the item or with the stats you wanted. And so that was also a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun doing chest runs and stuff like that in that game to try and get the skins that I wanted for my classes so that I could look the way I wanted to. And I think adding that to the crafting system, again, the thing that I'm kind of interested in, no, I don't still play ESO. I haven't played ESO in years. The last patch I played was crap, I don't even remember what it was called. It was like 6 years ago though. It was before New World came out by quite a bit. It was the last time I played ESO. They came out with the last expansion now, no more according to them. Instead, you have world events. I'm cool with that. I don't necessarily need, entire new zones and stuff like that all the time. Especially if you have a good PvP system. Unfortunately, ESO's PvP is a little meh and pretty laggy. At least it was 6 years ago. I don't know if it still is. But, if if your content is engaging and I'm gonna want to keep doing it over and over and over again. Oh, Warhammer Online. Such a good PvP system. I enjoyed Warhammer Online a lot. Played a lot of that game too. At least for a little while, before it totally just crashed and burned. I was sad to see that game go. They did some really interesting stuff in the MMO genre with, taunts having a legitimate effect in PvP. I thought that their solution to that, where, taunting a PvP enemy made them do less damage to everybody else, I thought that was really cool. All the knockbacks and, the physical manipulation of enemy characters was a really good way to do tanking in PvP, I thought. The fact that they had classes that, were like, I forget what the class was called, but the one that did magic damage and healing, where, the more healing they did, the more it powered up their damage, and then the more damage they did, the more it powered up their healing. I thought that was a cool little mechanic. And having different sort of rage style mechanics for each class was really, really unique at the time. It's why, honestly, that I'm looking forward to Camelot Unchained. But, I don't know that. I don't know that Camelot Unchained is ever actually going to come out. I'm starting to feel like maybe it won't. Mythic Entertainment was great. I consider myself fortunate having played their games. Safe to say we'll never see original games like this ever again. Today online games is all the same. Level up, rush, and gear up. Rinse, repeat. I absolutely agree with that, Razor. We have, and it goes back to what we were talking about sort of at the beginning of the conversation, is if your game isn't content complete at every tier of play, then that's what you end up with, is just a mad rush to optimize the end game. And I actually made a post. Ooh, is this a 50k? This might be what I've been waiting for. It is. Okay, I think we can get the creature over here. Let's see what we can do. Anyway, I was looking at a post, I think it was yesterday or the day before on Reddit, and I responded very much the same way, where if your game is only content complete at endgame, then there's only one tier of optimization that needs to get done. And so it's really easy to optimize your game, right? You get to end game, you farm one set of gear, and then you're done with the game. But if your game is feature complete at every tier of play, and if I have reasons to want to optimize my character every 5 or so levels, then the number of optimizations I have and the breadth of potential optimizations is exponentially growing. And so it becomes much more difficult for the game to become solved. And so there's more and more opportunity for people who want to try new things. Right? You can try those new things earlier. I don't have to make a new character and then get that character all the way to level 100 before I can try out this new build idea I had. Right? All I have to do is get this new character to level 20, and then I can try that new build, that new character idea at level 20. And so I absolutely think that a huge part of that problem is not having content complete games at every tier of play. I should be doing my first large group raid within, let's say, 20% of my max level. Right? So if the max level in the game is 100, at level 20, I should be doing my first big raid. And that should be my first, break off point, where I start um, where I start optimizing my character so that I can play that character the way I wanted to play it based on how I'm building it. And even if it's only 5 times, right? Say every 20% of the game, I should be sort of stopping and evaluating my character and, rating for best gear and doing all this stuff. And I should be incentivized to make multiple characters, right? So if I get a character to end game, I should be incentivized to start over with a new character so that I can try maybe a new class. But that way, I maybe want to keep a character at each tier of play so that now when new people come in, there are people playing at all these different tiers of play because they have characters at all these different tiers of play. And so now I have people to interact with and people to play with and a community to build on. But since we don't have that, then you just rush to the end game, and that's that. And I don't think that's good. And the longer a game survives, the worse that will ultimately be for the game because the more and more content gets made and the harder and harder it becomes to get to that end game. And so you just start to bleed players as people start to quit and no new people come in. And you just can't maintain a player base that way. And it'll eventually kill your game. Don't you turn around. You're coming with me, big boy. Get over here. On the other side of that, the other option is to sort of go the way Guild Wars 1 did, and that was that you got to the end game of Guild Wars 1 almost immediately. And so there was no need, and then they just had an extremely wide breadth of potential skills and stuff like that. And they had a really, really active balance team that was constantly balancing all the skills. And so you sort of had the same effect that way, where players were making lots of new characters because there was so much fun, interesting builds to do, and so many fun, interesting skills to use. And it was so easy to get a character to level 20 and get, best in slot gear that you just made a new character and, bammo, there you were. So, sort of two paths to the same solution, I guess. And I really enjoyed Guild Wars 1. I played the crap out of that game. I've got a 10k Ellie vein in my way over here. I'm gonna have to go destroy this vein so that this Dreadnoughtus doesn't try and eat it. So let's, well, still following me if I'm way over here. We'll let it follow me for a while, and then we'll try and go eat this so that my Dreadnoughtus doesn't get confused. And then there's our 50k right over there. This is such a long way to get a Dreadnoughtus to follow you. It's honestly kind of ridiculous to be doing this, but I don't care. I'm doing it anyway. many more Ellie do I have? I got 11. Okay, we're gonna make it. We're good. So for anybody who doesn't know, the way you tame a Dreadnoughtus is you feed it an element, and then it follows you. And you take it to an element vein, and it'll start eating the element vein while the creatures attack. And you protect it while the creatures are attacking. And that's how you tame it. Right now, they're broken so that the creatures don't move. They just stand there. So as long as you have a creature strong enough, like this wyvern, to actually kill the creatures, then it's kind of just a free tame. So you want to do it on a 50k node, because that's how you get 100% taming effectiveness. It's based on how good the node is. So you want to do it on a 50k HP vein, so that you can get the most taming effectiveness. Don't you turn around on me, you little buttface. You come back over here. We are making progress, gosh darn it. Now you can get a blimp and like get it under the Dreadnoughtus and then carry the Dreadnoughtus to the element vein. But I don't have a blimp. And well, I don't have a blimp. So we're doing it this way. Was this a terrible idea? 100%. Probably my worst idea to date. We're gonna make it. We don't have very much further to go. We're gonna be just fine. I don't know why these creatures are just standing here. I'm gonna kill them. Don't you turn around on me. Listen here, you little nerd. Come fly with me. Let's fly away. Yeah. We don't want to get close enough. So you'll see most of this side will explode when this Dreadnoughtus gets close enough. There you go. So now we know it's close enough. It's just going to go in there and start eating that on its own now. And that'll trigger the element vein. And you're going to see it's going to do its kaiju blast. So cool. Kaiju blast. Please, kaiju blast. There we go, kaiju blast. And then the creatures start spawning. And so this is the thing that's really busted, is you'll see all the creatures will be level 130s. But for some reason specifically, when the Dreadnoughtus triggers the element vein, all the creatures don't move. And so it should have gotten some taming effect. It did not. I wonder why. Let's see. I actually don't need to breathe lightning at these things either, because they're not going to move. My bite does more damage. That's interesting. It doesn't seem to be taming. Let's see if I go get close to it. It might just not be registering from a distance there. Yeah, okay. So my HUD is just being stupid. But all I have to do now is you can only get 20% per wave of taming. So all I have to do is kill enough creatures to get my 20%, which should be about 18 creatures, I think. I'm getting a little more than 1% per. And we are getting, yeah, we're at 100% taming effectiveness. So we're going to get an extra 65 levels here. And yeah, we'll just kill all these creatures. And it'll be super easy. And it's basically an automatic tame as soon as you get it here. You'll always do the 50k nodes. If you have a creature good enough anyway to kill high-level racers and rexes and wyverns. It just has to be good enough to kill them. You're going to want to be able to kill them fairly quickly. Honestly, as long as I guess at least you can kill trikes, because there are trikes. So as long as you can kill a 130 corrupted trike, you're pretty much good to go. The rest of the creatures, if I don't kill a creature, it'll automatically die. A new creature will spawn in its place. So seriously, all you have to be able to is kill one of the types of creatures that's spawning. Eventually this will get fixed. Normally I would not promote taking advantage of a glitch like this, but you can't stop this glitch from happening. And there's no way to tame Dreadnoughtuses without this glitch happening. So the only way to avoid using this glitch is to not tame a Dreadnoughtus, which sucks. Why would you do that? Alright, so there's our 20%. So there's a couple of creatures still existing on this wave. You'll see now that they've got the little blue indicators. They do move a little bit sometimes, so don't be alarmed. They will slowly sort of jolt forward a little every now and then. I'm trapped on a tree or something. But yeah, as soon as we finish killing all the hostiles, which is, yeah, you see that trike just died all on its own. So there should only be another couple of hostiles here. And then we'll be done with our first 20%. It looks like this Paracer over here is probably the very last one. I don't know why my HUD isn't showing my taming effect, but that's fine, I guess. And now the next wave will start. Yep, there we are. Now we have some Rexes even. We're going to ultimately end up having to kill almost 100 creatures. To get this done. It's pretty freaking simple to do. Because it's all bricked. But don't, if you're playing on the PvP servers, don't let the opportunity to tame a Dreadnoughtus pass you by, because eventually this will get fixed, and then it'll just be a huge pain in the butt. Unless you have really good creatures, because all these creatures right now should be converging on my Dreadnoughtus to attack it. So honestly, it's even more difficult than just doing a regular Element Vein or a regular OSD, because every time it gets hit, it's going to lose tame effectiveness. And so, I mean, getting 100% tame effectiveness Dreadnoughtus is going to become basically impossible. Unless you have, you know, you'll have to build a bunch of structures and stuff around it and have a couple allies who can help you kill creatures, maybe bring some turrets and stuff. Like, it's gonna be hellish. Try and do. It'll be way more fun. I mean, this is boring as shit. But, especially if you're a solo, probably want to go ahead and get yourself some dreads now. Alright, we're down to our last 5, so we've probably completed the 20% on this one. I just want to go double check and make sure that I've still got 100% taming effectiveness. I do. Perfect. So 3 more waves and we'll be good to go. See if we can't find our last couple of creatures here. Drop all this stuff, right? None of this is really useful. No, no, no. Okay, so that corrupted stego is actually not a part of the event. It's chasing down this freaking... That's funny. So I thought that stego might have been going after my Dreadnoughtus, but it wasn't, and we still have 100% taming effectiveness. Good deal. That was almost a bad day. Y'all would have seen a grown man cry just now. Need to eat some more food. We're actually going to go ahead and take out... Ooh, these wyverns are actually kind of moving a little. Okay, wyvern died. Let's double check and make sure that that wyvern didn't actually hit this dread at all. I imagine it probably didn't because they're totally bricked, but yeah, it didn't. Okay. So normally I do these on the 25k nodes because I wasn't 100% sure that it was still working, and I wanted to make sure that I could still kill everything because I had a good mana armor. And so this is my first time actually going ahead and doing it on a 50k and getting the 100% taming effectiveness. So now I know for sure those wyverns don't seem to end up hitting the creature at all, which is important and was kind of the one thing I was worried about. They move a little faster than everything else by flying. So they also seem to die really quick. That wyvern didn't last very long before it upped and died and wasn't here anymore, so I might just leave the wyverns and let them expire on their own. Let's jump off here real quick. Drink some water. Ooh, that almost scared me. I'm actually going to kill these stegos with the lightning breath. Got too many dang hit points. Ooh. Pond right in front of me, thanks. It also doesn't look like you need to be particularly careful about not killing the bits of element. Okay. Well, I don't want to lightning that thing like that because I don't want to accidentally lightning the Dreadnoughtus. Just gonna let that wyvern do whatever it's doing and die. Because I don't want to mess up my tame. Looks like we're done with that wave. Hey, what's up, Dulax? How you been? That's weird. My creature isn't harvesting anything when I kill these. I didn't grow up. Somebody gave me some stuff. Somebody gave me this. This is Twisty's dragon. We actually just got one of them killed earlier. We were trying to kill Dreadnoughtuses to try and get some good ones to spawn. And I got stuck inside of it. And then instead of just hitting me once with its tail swipe, it hit me like 20 times with its tail swipe. And just insta-gibbed my 20k dragon. Just boom, dead, one hit. It was so sad. But we're getting ourselves a new 130 Dreadnoughtus here. We're doing it on a 50k node, so we're going to get 100% taming effectiveness out of it, which is so good. I'm so excited. The Dreadnoughtus tames are still bricked, so you still just get to tame them for free. Which is nice for me, because otherwise I would not have good Dreadnoughtuses. But I think this is going to create a breeding pair for me, so I'll actually have a breeding pair again. Honestly, I'm just going to let this stupid stego die on its own. Way too much effort to kill those stegos. Racers have less XP. So dumb. Ooh, that wyvern is real close. Okay, it just went right through. It looks like they're definitely too stupid to actually hurt the Dreadnoughtus. Which is an important tidbit of information. Yeah, no, this dragon is hella strong. We're up to 1650 and it's not even all the way leveled up yet. It's only like 50 levels in. So we've still got a ways to go before we max it. And yeah, no, the blue color is so nice. I love the blue and the orange across the back. I could do without the yellow, but I love the blue. Twisty said he's trying to get all blue, like different shades of blue on it, because these are the lightning wyverns. It's real nice though. It puts the whammy down. I've been killing dreadnoughtuses with it, so. You scare me. Okay, fine. You just go die then. Whatever. Oh no. Oh no, we've only got 30 minutes left. If we don't finish this in 30 minutes, we're gonna be in a really bad day. Oh my gosh, so many wyverns running around. Please, please, nothing hit my dreadnoughtus. We only need to kill like one more creature to finish this wave. Let's try and find a creature quick so we don't get any more wyverns. Alright. Hopefully, nothing bad happens. And then we just have one more wave after this. And we'll be all the way done. Let's get some eats. Once we get this wave done. Last wave. We will cryo this thing up, get it back to base. And then we'll reset our G-Force now and breed them up. And get the egg prepped for tomorrow, because tomorrow is bonus rate time. And then we'll be able to raise it. Actually, we're going to breed this Dreadnoughtus as many times as we can over the course of the next 5 days. So we're going to be getting Dreads, we're going to be getting Managarmers. Our Managarmer line actually has 46 health, 39 melee, 39 stamina, I believe. So if I can get those stats all together, right now they're separated between two creatures. So if I can get all of those stats together, I'd actually have a decent mana line. So I'd like to breed Managarmers and stuff too. And then I need to get a Lightning Wyvern to breed with this Lightning Wyvern and try and preserve this line. So I can have my own personal imprinted wyverns that are this good. I'm gonna kill this trike because I don't want it maybe deciding to go and attack that Dreadnoughtus. That would make me a big sad. I'm also going to change my mind and actually go ahead and kill Stegos, because not killing the Stegos last time I think led to more wyverns spawning. I'm still concerned about the wyverns maybe hitting the Dreadnoughtus. And that is something I very much do not want. You could destroy anything with that blue dragon. Yeah, pretty much. It's obscene. It's I honestly I feel bad for having it. I don't deserve it. I have done nothing to earn this. It's very easy to abuse power that you didn't earn. I'm just saying. Hey, there we go. Dreadnoughtus is tamed. Boom, shaka laka, shaka laka, shaka laka. What do we got? 141 health, 183 melee. So I have 200 melee on my other one, and only 130 something health. So that's a little bit more health on this one. So when I breed them together, we'll have slightly better health, slightly better melee. These will actually be better than my old dreads, which will be perfect. Very happy. And it was really fun to drag that thing all the way across the end of the world there. It's cool that you can just use a blimp to do that and just carry it and cheese it, but I really like the way they set it up to be lured using element like that, because it's an interesting way to spend a little bit of time to go ahead and lure that over to an element vein. I like that very much. I like the whole process of taming the Dreadnoughtus. It would obviously be even cooler if the the creatures weren't bricked. But honestly, I wouldn't even be able to do it if the creatures weren't bricked, so I'm kind of okay with it. Are there no Dreadnoughtuses on this side of the map? Are you serious? Must take a really long time for them to respawn then. Either that or I'm closer to one over on this side. I think this might be a 50k node. It is. Bet there's not a good high-level Dreadnoughtus right over here. Because they do sometimes spawn right here. We might be getting another one, you know? Oh, there's one over here. Let's go see. What do we got? We have no stamina. That's what we got. I do need to probably pump a little stamina in here. Got pretty low stam. But I want to get its melee up first. Darn, this one's really far away. Probably won't be worth to try and lead to that 50k node, even if it is high level, which I doubt. I think it's actually taking me over to the level 5 that I saw over here. Yeah, it is. Well, shite kabibbles. What a waste of time. Surprises me that there isn't one over here somewhere. Man, flying on a wyvern feels so good. I am in such a good mood today. We've had such a good stream today. I'm looking forward to going to sleep tonight. I don't know why, but I've been like dreading sleep for weeks now. And it's been causing me some really big issues. But I'm ready tonight. I'm gonna sleep. I don't feel stressed. I feel nice and calm. Such a good day. Tomorrow we get cool colored dinos, so there's just gonna be pretty dinos running around. Where you at? 0.4%? You got plenty of meat still. Let's get into this juvenile. Take all your meat out. Get into this juvenile. Take all your meat out. Because y'all are both on the trough here. What time is it now in my country? It is 10:30 here. I live in the central time zone in the United States. So we got about 2 more hours. And then it'll be about midnightish. And yeah, that'll be when we quit. Although I still probably won't go to bed for another 3 or 4 hours at least. 11:30. Yeah, so you're on the East Coast. Let's throw out our dread. Roar! Dread not us. Let's try and get it moved kind of in this direction. Um, no, don't go that way. There you go. Turn that way. This thing is bigger than I thought, and I don't want it to be like out in the red zone at all. Come on, Bubba. Okay, that's probably good. We'll throw the other one behind you. That should be good enough to get them breeding. Um, Standing on top of my RGs here. Cool, 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 cool. This is my, I got a really good 46 health manic armor, and it had this like blue with yellow inside of it, and like a really white back. So I just like got good colors for my manic armors. I really like the way this blue looks on the side. I'd like maybe a black coat instead of a blue coat, but or instead of a white coat with the blue. I think that'd look pretty slick. But I like it. They look nice. But let's go ahead and exit here. Gonna put you all on a black screen for just a moment while we quit the game here. Alrighty. Game's back. Y'all can come off black screen. Settings done up here. Console commands. Alright, let's go get my other Dreadnoughtus. We'll throw it out. We'll breed an egg out real quick. We will, we'll get it next to the air conditioners. I might actually have to make a couple of new air conditioners, because I destroyed a few the other day. But we'll get it next to the air conditioners and get it cooked down so that it pops instantly tomorrow. I also want to look at... This manning armor is not going to be ready till tomorrow, okay. Here's this other Dreadnoughtus, which is a male. The other one's a female, right? Yes, please. I didn't even remember to check. I might just have two males, and unfortunately, they can't make a baby together. Alright, it's a female. Holy crap. Oh, I almost was about to throw it out when I still had a cryo timer. It's a good thing that I was almost dead so I couldn't run. Otherwise I would have made it in time to throw it out. And then it would have been knocked out. Well, that's right, dreads wake up like super duper fast though, so it doesn't even matter. Never mind. Dreads wake up like instantly. Two Dreadnoughtus. Boom. uh, I need to maybe try and get a breeding pair of these to send with Yumi into. These aren't like outrageously good Dreadnoughtuses or anything, but they're gonna be pretty decent. They're better than my old line, so. Well, their health is lower. Which is a little unfortunate, but their melee is higher. By like a lot. And this one's a juvenile now, so I can take all the meat off of it and put it in the trough. And we should be good in the trough department. Alyssa Norris, would you... That is a really strange question. And also, no. But welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. Let's maybe not make gross sexual jokes, though. Please, please stop. Baby RGs. Alright. So we've got our Dreadnoughtus egg. We've got our 2 Dreadnoughtuses. Let's go get this next to some air conditioners. See how many more air conditioners I might need. Probably 2. And now you're banned. Block user. Add to block list. Something apparently went wrong. Hang on. Gonna have to actually open up the stupid YouTube to go block this person. And it's being stupid. Oh, were y'all not actually able to see? Well, that's interesting. So it still showed me this person's chat messages, even though it's not showing the messages to you all. Interesting. Now I can't block this user. How annoying. I hate it all. Whatever. If nobody can see what they're saying, then who cares, right? Let's get this thrown out right here. How long do we have? Okay, now I'm annoyed. When a problem comes along, you must whip it. Whip it up. Uh, they were just asking me ridiculous questions, JJ. I didn't even realize you were still here. How you been? How you doing? How are things? Oh, I know what happened. This friggin' guy happened. I actually kind of can't believe that this thing is incubating with just 2 refrigerators. Gonna take 2.5 hours, so in 2 hours and 25 minutes, we're gonna set a timer here. And then we'll come pick this thing up. These away. I got so many freaking dimorphodon eggs. I'm gonna need to raise all those up too. Put my dreads away. Alright, what should we do? We got about 2 hours left in stream. We have like 800 Ellie. So I don't think we need a ton more Ellie. We could probably go get some Ollie. We have everything we need for a transmitter except Polly. We have everything we need for teleporters except Polly. We've got plenty of black pearls right now. We probably need some more crystal. So maybe we take the Dodic or the Anki. Get some crystal real quick. And then we make some more structures that we need for another base. And then we get some poly, and then we make some more structures. Well, actually, I guess we have... Hang on. Now... The corrupted nodules and the poly we already picked up. Just people being ignorant. Popular survivor today, yeah. Yeah, it's been getting a little crazy these last couple of days. Honestly, have no idea what's going on. Okay, well that's all we were able to make out of that. We're gonna need a couple more generators. We're gonna need a couple more teleporters. Honestly, we just need a lot of stuff. So let's see about why is there an enormous shit. Did I throw that out of my inventory? From picking it, I must have. Yeah, I must have picked up the Dreadnoughtus's poo. I did lose the Red Wyvern digestion, yeah. I tried to bite... Um, tried to bite a Dreadnoughtus, and it tail smacked me. It was a bad day. It was a real bad day. Yeah, so I got stuck in it, and instead of just hitting me one time with the tail smack, it hit me like 20 times with the tail smack and just insta-give me. When it only hits me one time, it only does like 1,000 damage. So it had to have hit me a bunch of times in a row. I'm not sure exactly what happened. But that's okay. We just got our perfect tame Dreadnoughtus. And now we have a breeding pair of dreadnoughtuses. So everything is going well. Everything is going well. And I feel good about it. So let's go ahead and let's go get... We're just going to grab our Anki here with our... well, maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, I'm super excited to raise some of them up. I have 141k, 141.6k HP, and 200% melee is where my line's at right now. So if I can get both of those stats combined, I think they'll be pretty strong. They're obviously not going to be the best dreadnoughtuses, but for little old solo me, I think they'll be alright. I'd like to see if maybe I can get a breeding pair for Yumi too. Send him on his way with a breeding pair of dreadnoughtuses. But I am very excited for the Love Evolved event tomorrow. We actually have some pretty good stuff to do with it, which makes me happy. I need to get off this server and go to a Scorched Earth server and pick up a male Lightning Wyvern so that I can breed this. Because I would like to preserve that line. Even if I can't improve that line at all, it would make me very happy to just be able to pump out more of those. Like that's good enough for me, you know what I mean? I'm not greedy. Oop, I forgot the RG saddle. Pew. This is like the most bland RG. Just different shades of gray. So our first 3 Giga eggs, my tribe hatched back on ASC. We got 3 eggs, got triplet Gigas out of 1 and twins out of the other 2 eggs. We were not ready for 7 Gigas that fast, so we had tribe mates on for every few hours doing food runs. Only lost 1 out of 7. Oh, wow. That's a fun story. Yeah, no kidding. That's a super fun story. I like that. Video games are just more fun when shit starts going bad. Especially PvE stuff. Um, it's not nearly as fun when PvP stuff starts going bad because, you know, my competitive streak kicks in. I want to win. But when it's just some PvE shit and things start going haywire, I'm having a great time. Yeah, that's some incredible luck. I've seen my fair share of triplets before, but I've never had 3 eggs. Please come over here. Dumbass Argy. Just get down here low enough where I can kill the stupid Pteranodon. Why are you making life so hard? I actually got some really good luck on twins and triplets from all those eggs that Twisty gave me. And then I immediately lost them all to other people raiding me. All my good luck went to somebody else. Woe is me. I don't actually think that I can get this crystal. Hang on. Probably gotta go ahead and take this thing back. I need to get a bug. I think breeding a Dreadnoughtus as a bug. Good idea. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Do 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 do. Okay, that's quite a bit of crystal. It's not as much as I had wanted to get, but I think that's probably a pretty decent amount. Or just making generators and teleporters and stuff like that should be good. So let's take that wyvern. Let's go get a whole shiznit of organic poly or corrupted nodules. Probably the easiest way to do that is going to be just to fly over here. There's all these birds that stay on the top level of all these. Lots of corrupted pteranodons. So I think if I just go pull a ton of them and then, turn around and bite them all or something, or turn around and lightning them, probably be able to get a heck of a lot. There aren't that many on this one, but when we get over towards the sulfur wastes, there will be a lot. And the number of nodules you can get doesn't seem to increase based on the size of the creature. So, just getting a whole bunch of really weak creatures, I think, is the best way. Oh, yeah, here we go. Here we go. Let's get all these birds. Come on. Everybody come after me. These ones too. That'll do, pig. That'll do. that was hilariously entertaining. Good meat run, too. Oh, yeah. Look at all these pteranodons. There we go. There we go. Oh, couldn't get the stupid lightning to go off. I pooched it. I pooched it. Alright, pretty sure I'm super overweight from all the meat. What do we got here? 200 and something? Wow. It's really hard to get Ollie this way. I got 300 and something, not 200 and something. Maybe 400? Yeah, I got a little over 400 now. Still, that is not a lot. But I think it's enough to go make something. Oh yeah, we only need 320 for this, so we've got plenty. So let's go make a tech transmitter, maybe another teleporter. I think we want to have 4 small teleporters. Maybe 3 Jenny. Well, we'll need 4 Jennies if we're going to have 4 teleporters. Well, we'll probably only need 3 Jennies, because 2 of the teleporters will probably be within the range of 1 Jenny. We'll get a transmitter. We're going to want some Deddy storages, which are pretty cheap, so we'll make a ton of those. I'm thinking like 40 Deddy storages. So let's take all this. Teleport right back over here. There's a nice little hide farm. Put away my hide. Put away all this poly. Transmitter. One more teleport. Nice. So we've got our Jenny. We've got 12 heavies. We've got 8 techs. We're going to need obviously more of every kind of turret. But I think these 20 turrets are probably a good start. We've got 2 teleporters and a transmitter. We're going to need to make a bunch of structures, which we haven't done yet. I'm gonna have to make some more cementing paste, which is gonna mean another chitin run. That can wait. Something else I want to see. We need a little more silica pearl and some fiber. And then I could make another one of these for the other dreadnoughtus. Yeah. Let's go. Now let's go see about some yellow drops. Yeah, we got some stuff made. We don't need to worry about too much of that anymore. Once I get my RG, well, my RGs, because I got 3 baby RGs growing right now. And once they're available tomorrow, it'll be real easy to go ahead and it'll be really easy to go ahead and farm out some obsidian and stuff. And I'm just going to use obsidian to make hard poly, because honestly, as much of a pain in the butt as it is, it seems like even more of a pain in the butt to farm corrupted nodules or organic. That's just not really a time effective way to get poly. I guess I could get a bear and go down into aberration, right? Because there's a spot in aberration where you can farm poly really good organic. And I might just need to go ahead and get myself a transmitter or a bed. There's probably transmitters down near there on most of the maps. So just get me a bed, borrow somebody else's transmitter, just have a field day. Then we'll just get a Deddy for soap. But I definitely want to have like a whole Deddy floor. Of course, honestly, so Deddy floors are great because you can walk over them and they don't take up a ton of vertical space. But the thing that I don't really like about Deddy floors is that I like to be able to teleport in and then not move around a lot to put all my resources away. So if you have Deddies that are stacked 3 high right next to a bed, then you can just bed in, drop off all your stuff in your Deddies, and then, you're good. And you can get access to, 15 Deddy storages without moving if you do it that way. Whereas if you do a Deddy floor, you're only going to be able to access about 7 or 8 of them. Actually, specifically 8 from a single location. And so I don't know if I like the Deddy floor idea. Oh, that just scared the crap out of me. I thought somebody was trying to kill me. Why you gotta be like that? Let's see if we can find us a yellow drop. Okay, I get it. I'm dying. Can I please regen some health now? That'd be great. That'd be fabulous. You know what else I need to do is just go ahead and make a full tech suit now that I've got so much element. Now that I have that mantis and I have the ability to do 25k nodes super easily, thanks to this wyvern. Tomorrow we get 5 days of enhanced rates. I'm going to be able to do a bunch of 25K nodes over the next 5 days. Even if I only do one a day, that'll be like almost 500 element a day, which is way more than my solo ass needs. We definitely going to be looking into that. Every woman's crazy about a sharp dressed man. I don't know why that song just suddenly popped in my head, but it did. So y'all got to hear about it. It's probably one of the most surreal things about streaming to me is in my past I've always kept my internal monologue fairly private. Um, and I feel like the random musings that pop into my head that I normally don't tell other people, right? It all just kind of stays in there and I just kind of think about stuff all the time. But in order to continue speaking on this stream, um, I've had to get into the habit of just whenever shit pops in here, I just say it out loud. And so y'all actually have probably a deeper insight to the way I think about things and what I think about things than even my closest friends and family. Maybe not my brothers, because I share quite a bit of that stuff with them as well, but certainly anybody else in my life. And I've never met a single one of you. It's really weird. I don't dislike it, it's just strange. Well, this is taking me kind of in a different angle. So the level 5 was like in there, and it's telling me to like go over this way. So either the level 5 got out of there and is now over here, or this is a different one. I feel like it's still a different one. There are two level 5s over here? Holy shiznit, there are. Don't you try and throw that goo at me. This one is oxygen robust. Found a cool mod pack skin for wyverns. Make them corrupted like extinction. Ooh, nice. Oh, that's right. You can like use skins and stuff like that in like the official servers and stuff now too, can't you? You don't have to only use that stuff on single player. Because they've got the weird like auto download mods thing. Not all work, but good amount do. Just gotta test and play with some. That's interesting. So, me and my older brother wanted to do something like that years ago, but on sort of a grander scale. Because AI is such a big deal, and because you can sort of train AI um, to imitate movement styles and stuff, there used to be this mod for League of Legends that allowed you to have skins that like weren't in the game, and they were just like created by the mod. and they would overlay. It was just an overlay, right? It didn't affect your game at all. It was just an overlay. So something that we wanted to do was to expand that even beyond and use an AI to learn how characters moved in different games and then allow you to create an avatar, almost like a social media network like Facebook, but for an online persona. Because, um, a lot of people, especially a lot of people my age, have become really attached to their gamer tags. Um, and they're sort of their entire online persona is centered around that gamer tag. And so a lot of their online friends only know them by that gamer tag. And so I thought it'd be cool to be able to create like a social media site specifically for your gamer tag, but even going beyond that, have a program that could overlay over a lot of the most popular games that would put your avatar in the game world. And anybody else who was using the same overlay would see the avatar that you created that's on your social media page instead of the avatar that you've created in the game, because you can't necessarily always get the same avatar. And then, you would just use an AI to copy the animations for running and swinging and all that other stuff from each of the different games. And then it would just recognize what game you were playing and use the animations so that you're not losing anything from what's available in the game. Yeah, it was, and it was more than we were capable of, obviously, because it doesn't exist. Um, but it's always been a dream of mine to not feel so disconnected from my games, or not feel like each of my games is so disconnected from each other. And, with streaming and Discord and all of these other things that we use to integrate ourselves into communities, um, your avatar is kind of the last thing that is left out of that at this point, right? You always carry over the same name. You always carry over, a lot of times you're carrying over the same guild because you're a part of an online community that plays a lot of different games together. And so you're carrying over, you're carrying over all this stuff. But what you look like in the game just never really follows through with you. And so you're making this whole new person every time that just happens to be the same name as all the other characters you've made. And I don't know, I don't like it. It's too disconnected from itself. I guess honestly the Nintendo Wii kind of tried to do something like that, where a lot of the games that were made by Nintendo used your little me, and that me avatar sort of became your avatar for all of your games. So I guess that's pretty similar to the idea, but sort of on a grander scale. So it's not just locked to a single company. And so that you could have something outside of games too, right? Like a Facebook style page where you would keep, um, your guild affiliations and stuff like that so that people could, see how you were affiliated. You could list the games that you played the most and, pertinent information. It could even be directly API associated with your in-game accounts. for different games so that it could keep things updated about crafter levels and stuff like that. You could create some really good search functionality to search for people, maybe to talk to or interact with, that had certain skills, abilities, or levels in certain things in certain games, and then have some sort of a way to sort of vet those people, right? Like you could go and look at this page and you could see maybe some things that they were saying about different games, and it would be your forward facing gaming persona, you know. It would be much easier to, for example, find people to be in a tribe in ARK if you could go search a database of people that had ARK as a game that they played, and then go look at those pages. What kind of player are they? Do they play PvE or PvP? Instead of, today's systems of creating tribes or groups or things like that for these games is just kind of shouting into the void. Like you just go onto a Discord and you make a post that says, "Hey, I'm looking for a tribe," and then you hope real bad that somebody who's interested happens to go to that particular place on the Discord server at the same time that you made the post, and happens to look and happens to think, "Okay, well, maybe I'll play with that person," and then messages you, instead of this sort of constant accessible. A lot of online interactions in video games feel to me a lot like just shouting into the void and hoping for an echo. You're never targeting a person to try and speak to. You're always just speaking and hoping somebody who needs to hear what you're saying hears you. But I don't want to do a red one. Ooh, that's a lot of RGs. Any of you good levels? Level 20, you suck. Level 20, you suck. Level 15, you suck the hardest. Level 45. Wow. Wow. Level 10. 5 RGs. Not a single one above level 50. Dude, Extinction blows. Extinction friggin' blows. I might have been talking to myself again. Oopsie. And I don't know for how long. Speaking of shouting into the void. What is Text Ego? Only level 30, huh? Well, aren't you about as useful as a poopy flavored lollipop? Poopy flavored lollipop. Way up high, the land that I heard of once in a lullaby. Somewhere over the rainbow. Wait, I'm starting to get tired. What the hell? Having trouble trying to find a yellow drop. It's a little early. We've only been going for about 6 hours and 40 minutes now. But I think I might go ahead and call this one for the day. I'm feeling a little tired, feeling a little low energy. Um, so I think it's just a good time to stop because I'm just flying around like an idiot right now. So let's do that. Thanks everybody for coming out. Thanks again for being in the chat. And no, I have not found a new server yet, Detestion. We kind of got our butts kicked off of that island server that I was trying to get on. While I was soaking up those turrets in easy underwater, I got countered, and they got both of my bassies. So Twisty just gave me a couple of baby stegos. So I just need to raise them up, and I'll have a breeding pair of stegos. So I'm probably not going to worry about moving bases um, during the next 5 days because we're going to have the extended rates. So for the next 5 days, I'm going to try and breed up those stegos, breed up those dreads, breed up some manas, and maybe breed up some wyverns. And then after the 5 days, we'll have 11 days left. And when we have that 11 days left before this server goes kapoof, we're going to have to go ahead and find a new server, raid out a base, and get our base spot. So the next 5 days are going to be mostly just resources and raising creatures. And then the 17th or the 18th through the 28th, we'll be looking for a new base spot, probably raiding out that base spot, and then building the new base before this server disappears. But yeah, so we should be good to go on that. Ooh, I just almost got smooshed. That was a close one. Yeah, I want to thank everybody for coming out today, for being in the chat. We didn't have our troll friend didn't come by today, which makes me very happy. So it was a really, really good stream today. We've had 3 back-to-back-to-back really solid streams, which is awesome. I mean, just incredible. And that's all thanks to you all, especially those of you who watch the stream a lot and who lurk the stream and keep it up all day. Y'all are seriously the backbone of channel growth. So thank you all so much for that support and always being here for that. I will be back at my normal time tomorrow, like we have been for the past couple of days. So yeah, I look forward to seeing you all then. Hope everybody has a good night.